Chapter 1674. Big Brother Qingfeng, you've become so strong. I almost don't recognize you. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's power, crushing Qi Huang's kneecaps and forcing him to kneel, Ling Yu was deeply shocked by Yi Qinfeng's strength. She wanted to know what he had been through all these years. I almost don't recognize you either. You've become taller and more beautiful. Looking at the tall and beautiful Ling Yu, Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. Oh, right. Big Brother Qingfeng, why are you here? Until now, the spiritual fish still felt as if it was in a dream. I heard from Nebula Pavilion that you're participating in the 100 Battles competition, so I came to find you. Yi Qinfeng explained briefly. Junior sister, this is... Ming Qianxin asked softly as she sized up Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess. He's my brother, my favorite person. Ling Yu's eyes curved into a crescent shape as she introduced softly, Big Brother Qingfeng. This is my big senior brother, Ming Qianxin. Hello, senior brother Ming. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. I don't dare to be your senior brother. If you don't mind, you can just call me by my name. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's shocking strength, Ming Qianxin was deeply impressed by his strength. Oh, right, before I ascended to the heaven region, I saw Senior Ming. His injuries have healed, and he's only one step away from breaking through to the one-star Dao God realm. I think it won't be long before you two can meet. Yi Qinfeng revealed an important piece of information to Ling Yu and Ming Qianxin. That's great. I can't wait to see my father, Ling Yu said excitedly. Junior martial sister, since you have young Master Yi to protect you, senior martial brother will not stay by your side. I will continue to hunt and sharpen myself. Sensing the spiritual fish's dependence on Yi Qinfeng, Ming Qianxin was relieved and prepared to leave. Brother Qianxin, these 2 pills are for you. They should be helpful for your injuries. Yi Qinfeng stopped him and gave him a middle-grade Tong Tian Holy Dan and a high-grade Tong Tian Holy Dan. This is too precious. Ming Qianxin never thought that Yi Qinfeng would be so generous, actually giving him 2 transcendent Holy Dan, one of which was even a high-grade transcendent Holy Dan. Brother Qian Xan, there's no need to be so polite. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Senior Ming has done me a favor, so I should repay it. All right, I will remember this favor. I will definitely repay it in the future. Ming Qianxin was not a bashful person. He sealed the 2 saint elixir pills in a jade box and flew away after thanking him. Let's go, Ling Yu. I'll bring you somewhere. With that said, Yi Qinfeng brought the spiritual fish to the 4th level of the universe realm. Brother Qingfeng, what is this place? Why is it so beautiful? The spiritual fish was instantly deeply attracted as it gazed at the beautiful scenery that seemed like paradise. So many divine treasures of the heavens and earth, and even spirit-form divine treasures. Yi Qinfeng smiled and spoke generously. Ling Yu, this is the 4th level of the universe realm. The flow of time here is 20 times faster than the outside world. You can cultivate here from now on. You can consume the divine treasures of the heavens and earth that grow here as you please. It will be sufficient for you to cultivate to the peak of the 6-star Dao Lord realm. Thank you, Brother Qingfeng. You're the best. The spiritual fish held Yi Qinfeng's cheek and kissed him fiercely as it spoke with delight. After finding the spiritual fish, Yi Qinfeng no longer had anything to worry about. Moreover, there were still over 5 years before the holy realm of battles closed. So he decided to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time in the 4th level of the universe realm and charge into the 5-star Dao Lord realm with all his strength. If he was able to attain the 5-star Dao Lord realm and relied on the numerous heaven-defying trump cards he possessed, then he would possess the strength to go against a 1-star divine rank expert. However, he was still far from being capable of defeating a 1-star divine rank expert. Right when Yi Qinfeng and the others were cultivating in the fourth level of the universe realm, a mighty uproar arose in Hundred Battle City because of Yi Qinfeng's explosive rise in the rankings. Yi Qinfeng's name has appeared again. What exactly is Yi Qinfeng? Why is his ranking so strange? Yeah, the rankings of ordinary people rise steadily, and very few people rise by leaps and bounds like him. However, since he was able to charge into the top 20 in one go, it's sufficient to show that he defeated an extremely formidable opponent. Look quickly. Qi Huang's name has vanished from the top 20. Looks like Yi Qinfeng probably defeated Qi Huang. My God! Qi Huang is a 6-star demon lord, yet Yi Qinfeng was actually able to defeat him. Could it be that he's a peak 6-star Tao lord? When they saw Qi Huang, who was ranked at the 19th position, vanish from the rankings, the experts of the various powers that observe the changes on the rankings every single day were shocked. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng's name had spread throughout Hundred Battle City. However, along with the passage of time, Yi Qinfeng, who'd been cultivating in the fourth level of the universe realm, didn't make another move, and his ranking was gradually being surpassed. Look quickly. The first position on the 100 battle rankings has changed again. It's been seized by Yu Yeming once more. The preliminary round this time is too intense. The first position on the 100 battle rankings changes numerous times practically every single day. I wonder who will be able to look down upon all the geniuses and seize the first position after the preliminary round ends. It's hard to say, but the top 8 can be practically confirmed. If nothing unexpected happens, then Yu Yeming, Huang Wutian, Tian Qingyin, Tian Wufa, Mo Yichen, Gu Hong, Ling Yusin, and He Guangdao will probably be able to join forces and enter the finals to seize the first position in the 100 battles martial competition. Even though the competition for the first position was intense, the top 8 positions hadn't changed much since the beginning. Yu Yeming and the others firmly dominated the top 8 positions, and they'd never allowed anyone else to charge into the first group. In next to no time, another 4 years had passed. 4 years in the outside world was 80 years within the universe realm. After these 80 years of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng, who'd refined and consumed a huge amount of Skirich divine pills and herbs of the heavens and the earth, had finally attained the peak of the 4-star Daolord realm, and he was only a step away from breaking through into the 5-star Daolord realm. On the other hand, Xia Wendy and the others had obtained a qualitative leap in their strengths after cultivating for over 100 years and relying on Skirich divine pills and other treasures. Xia Wendy had attained the 4-star Daolord realm. The Blood Skull had attained the 6-star Daolord realm. The Black Rock Emperor had attained the 4-star Daolord realm. And the Spirit Fish had attained the 4-star Daolord realm as well. The Chaos Divine Beast, Jin Qing Dragon Blood Lion, and the Space Devourer Bug had refined and absorbed a huge amount of ancestral beast cores and blood essence, and all of them had broken through into the mid-rank of ancestral beast cores. On the other hand, the Fiend God Torch Dragon had refined and absorbed the ancestral beast cores and 2 top-grade Skirich divine pills. Not only had his injuries been completely healed, the strength he'd accumulated for countless years had erupted at the moment his injuries were healed, and he'd broken through into the 2-star Tao God realm. His strength had become even more terrifying. Chaotic Lotus Petal, refine and absorb. When he felt that the time was right, Yi Qinfeng withdrew the Chaotic Lotus Petal and directly swallowed it, and then he circulated the Soul Devourer technique to swiftly refine and absorb it. The Chaotic Lotus Petal's greatest effect was to break through. Under the formidable impact of the Chaotic Lotus Petal, Yi Qinfeng's bottleneck grew weaker and weaker while more and more cracks appeared on the bottleneck. In the end, Yi Qinfeng completely absorbed the Chaotic Lotus Petal, and he relied on the formidable chaotic energy to charge through the bottleneck in his cultivation in one go and break through into the 5-star Daolord realm. At the same time that his physical strength improved extremely swiftly, his combat strength improved a step further. There's still a little over a year before the preliminary round of the 100-battle competition comes to an end. It's time for me to go kill my enemies and charge into the top 8. Yi Qianfeng consolidated his cultivation in a simple manner, and then he didn't waste any more time before he left the universe realm and started hunting. Chapter 16, 75. There's someone ahead. Yi Qianfeng, who'd summoned the sword wings under the swift detection of the God-Eater brain, had sensed 3 4-star Devil Lord Realm experts ahead of him. At this moment, they were holding devil weapons that possessed extraordinary might as they besieged a woman who was covered in blood, held a pair of phoenix feather sabers, and had powerful legs. Little beauty, don't struggle pointlessly. But if you can make us brothers feel comfortable, then perhaps we'll be in a good mood and not eliminate you. A man who wore a black robe, had an obvious scar at the corner of his eye, and stood on a pair of wheels of light revealed a teasing smile as he gazed at the woman's sexy body and spoke with ill intentions. Don't even think about it. The woman bit her lips tightly as she endured the humiliation in her heart, and she ceaselessly deduced doubt insights as she made her final struggle. Unfortunately, she was outnumbered, and her injuries were getting worse and worse. She was faintly unable to resist the attacks of the 3 devil race experts. Right when she was about to unwillingly detonate her identity token, an unimaginably swift sword light suddenly tore through the sky and split the heavens and the earth apart, and it slashed towards the 3 4-star Devil Lord Realm experts. This sword strike was too swift to the point it caused the despairing woman to feel dazzled and unreal. In the next moment, 2 shrill cries of pain resounded. 2 4-star Devil Lord Realm experts couldn't dodge in time and were annihilated by this swift sword light, and the identity tokens on their bodies directly exploded. Even though the last 4-star Devil Lord Realm expert had escaped calamity, his body was still injured by the terrifying sword might, and he fell heavily to the ground. Who is it? The 4-star Devil Lord Realm expert covered his body that was bleeding madly as he struggled to get up. At this moment, an extremely enormous footprint descended from the sky, and it carried the force of an enormous weight as it fiercely stomped on his body, causing his identity token to explode and almost stomped him into meat paste. More than 12,000 people. I wonder where this result will rank. Yi Qianfeng glanced at the number of people on his identity token and muttered to himself. Under the grateful gaze of the woman, he flew towards the distance and searched for his next target. Young master, you're too formidable. You actually instantly killed that peak 5-star Dao Lord Realm expert of the human race. If this situation continues to develop, then young master will definitely be able to charge into the top 10 and bring glory to our ghost race. 2 ghost race experts who wore robes embroidered with black skulls and had emaciated figures, but strangely large heads, spoke flatteringly as they gazed at a tall and extraordinary 6-star Devil Lord. The top 10 isn't my target. My target is the top 8. The eyes of the black-clothed man flashed with an incomparably strong ambition as he spoke in a low voice. But unfortunately, your destined is the top 8. Just as the black-clothed man finished speaking, a domineering voice sounded from the bushes in the distance. Yi Qianfeng carried the giant spiritual sword, which was more than 10 meters long, and walked over with heavy steps. You're courting death. The expressions of the 2 ghost race experts sank, and they attacked at the same time with extreme tacit understanding and attacked Yi Qianfeng. They opened their mouths when they approached Yi Qianfeng, and then 2 supreme-grade, true spirit artifacts that possessed extraordinary might flew out from their mouths and blasted towards Yi Qianfeng from both sides. Heaven rank sword soul. Break. After comprehending the void Dao steel for over 100 years, Yi Qianfeng had obtained a new comprehension of the sword Dao, and it strengthened the might of his heaven rank sword soul. In an instant, 2 extremely powerful rays of light broke through the heaven rank sword soul and slashed down with shocking might. They directly blasted the 2 supreme-grade, true spirit artifacts into pieces, and the 2 5-star Devil Lords who weren't able to dodge in time even had their identity tokens shattered by the remaining might of the Heaven Rank Sword Soul, causing them to be miserably eliminated. A Heaven Rank Sword Soul. So you're that person who killed my younger brother. I've been looking for you for a long time. The black-clothed man's eyes turned gloomy as he gazed at the Heaven Rank Sword Soul that floated above Yi Qinfeng, and he spoke in a ghastly voice. He was the #1 genius of the ghost race who declared that he would eliminate Yi Qinfeng and take revenge for Gui Xiaofeng. Gui Shouty. You want to take revenge for your younger brother? You're probably too weak to accomplish that. After he broke through to the 5-star Dao Lord realm, Yi Qinfeng's combat strength had improved by over 100 times when he just entered the Sage realm of battles, and he wasn't someone that a 6-star Devil Lord like Gui Shouty could go against. Is that so? Then, let me see what you're capable of. Gui Shouty was blindly confident in his own strength, and he laughed coldly as a strand of formidable aura emanated from his body. It transformed into a savage skull that emanated horrifying wails as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. Don't use such an attack so as to avoid making a fool of yourself. Yi Qinfeng stood proudly as he gazed at the skull that whistled towards him, and then he tapped lightly with a finger towards the skull, formed from ghastly energy. Crack! 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 The skull that Gui Shouty had formed trembled violently when it faced Yi Qinfeng's attack, and then a large number of cracks spread out on its surface before it finally shattered into pieces. You really do have some ability, but you're still far from being able to defeat me. Gui Shouty's pupils constricted as a quasi-transcendent saint artifact spear that was embedded with a skull appeared in his hand. The heavenly spear was like a black WRM that could overturn the clouds and rain as it stabbed towards Yi Qinfeng. Primordial blood. Ignite. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted as he ignited his primordial blood and instantly raised his strength to the 6-star Dao Lord realm. His strength was amplified by 3 times as he swung the Colossal Soul sword to meet Gui Shouty's attack. BZZZ. The skeletal spear and the giant spirit sword collided, and a force of over 2 billion genes erupted from the giant spirit sword, bending the skeletal spear. The terrifying force caused Gui Shouty's arm to tremble incessantly, and a large amount of blood appeared on his skin. What great strength! Gui Shouty's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Yi Qinfeng's physical strength to be so shocking. He decisively withdrew his skeletal spear and attacked with a fierce killing move. Dimensional slash. Yi Qinfeng waved his right arm, and the space above Gui Shouty's head suddenly split open. A crescent moon descended from the heavens, carrying with it the power of space as it slashed towards Gui Shouty, preventing him from attacking Yi Qinfeng with all his strength. Gui Shouty relied on his absolute strength to shatter the dimensional slash, and the 4 heavenly Dao diagrams appeared around Yi Qinfeng's body and transformed into the boundless Grand Dao. Boundless Grand Dao. Yi Qinfeng activated the Ether's incantation to the extreme and unleashed the 4 heaven-level Dao diagrams. Like an endless river, it shot toward Gui Shouty, whose expression had changed slightly. Gui Shouty immediately increased his strength to the extreme and used all his killing moves to defend against the boundless Grand Dao's attack. Unfortunately, his strength was far inferior to Yi Qinfeng's. The killing moves that he continuously launched were easily crushed by the vast expanse Dao. He was completely unable to block the fatal attacks of the vast expanse Dao. Gui Shouty had no choice but to use his final trump card when he saw the boundless Grand Dao's attack. He summoned the Myriad Ghosts diagram and used it to block the boundless Grand Dao's fatal attack. Low-grade, transcendent saint artifact. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the Myriad Ghosts diagram that had dispelled the boundless Grand Dao's attack. Not only did he not show a trace of fear, but he also revealed an extremely powerful battle intent. It's over. Die. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's fearsomeness, Gui Shaodi disregarded the injuries on his body and continuously spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood essence into the 10,000 ghost scroll, awakening its artifact spirit and activating its strongest power. It turned into a black curtain and directly trapped Yi Qinfeng inside the 10,000 ghost scroll. Chapter 1676. 10,000 Ghosts Burning God. After successfully devouring Yi Qinfeng, Gui Shaodi revealed a ferocious expression. His hands moved rapidly, forming a series of complicated hand seals that merged into the 10,000 Ghosts painting. He controlled the painting's artifact spirit to release tens of thousands of evil ghosts to attack Yi Qinfeng, wanting to burn him to ashes. Although the treasure is good, it's useless against me. Yi Qinfeng ignited 2 true saint flames and enveloped himself, burning the evil ghosts that approached him and turning them into pure soul power for the god-devouring brain to devour. 2 true saint flames. How did he do it? Gui Shaodi didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to subdue 2 true saint flames and suppress the evil ghost's attacks. His face became gloomy. However, the 10,000 ghost picture was his final trump card, and also his greatest weapon. He continued to spit out mouthfuls of pure blood essence into the 10,000 ghost picture, activating the 10,000 ghost picture's attack power, forming layers upon layers of heavenly might as he attacked Yi Qinfeng with all his might. Under the suppression of the heavenly power, the 2 true saint flames became dimmer and dimmer. Gradually, they were suppressed by the 10,000 ghosts painting's power and were extinguished. Woo-woo. At this moment, tens of thousands of evil spirits turned into gusts of cold wind and forcefully penetrated the defense of the true spirit, holy fire. They drilled into Yi Qinfeng's body and bit his body, wanting to devour his organs. Yi Qinfeng did not care about the attacks of the evil spirits formed by the 10,000 ghost picture. He just sat there quietly, allowing the large number of evil spirits to enter his body. How can this be? What treasure is inside his body? Gui Shaodi sensed a large number of evil spirits entering Yi Qinfeng's body, but they were immediately destroyed by a powerful force. Then, they were devoured by a strange force. Gui Shaodi sensed something unusual, and his face turned gloomy. He realized that he had really underestimated Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng's methods and strength far exceeded his imagination. This person must be killed. Feeling that Yi Qinfeng was extraordinary, Gui Shaodi became even more determined to kill him. He continued to increase the power of the myriad ghosts diagram, wanting to refine Yi Qinfeng to death. However, he did not know that Yi Qinfeng was using the 10,000 ghosts' portrait as nourishment. As he controlled the chaos divine wood to suppress the evil ghosts that had entered his body, he also controlled the God-Eater brain to devour them, accelerating the God-Eater brain's transformation. Soon a day had passed. Mother ***, how is this possible? Gui Shaodi had been refining the 10,000 ghost picture for an entire day. He was exhausted, but he found that Yi Qinfeng was perfectly fine. This made him feel that something was amiss. Just as Yi Qinfeng was hesitating over whether or not he should take back the myriad ghost picture, a powerful soul power spread out from his sea of soul. After refining a large number of evil spirits in the 10,000 ghosts picture, the God-Eater brain finally completed its transformation and condensed another soul devourer brain. Phew! The God-Eater brain has finally evolved. Yi Qinfeng was overjoyed when he sensed that the God-Eater brain had evolved into 3 soul fragments. Thank you so much, Gui Shaodi. Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his eyes and summoned the Chaos Divine wood to attack the 10,000 ghosts picture. Ka. Under the attack of the Chaos Divine wood, cracks appeared on the 10,000 ghosts picture, and a terrifying recoil surged into Gui Shaodi's body, injuring him. What kind of treasure is this? The 10,000 ghosts picture was the most powerful treasure of the Ghost clan. But under the attack of the Chaos Divine Wood, cracks appeared on it. This set off a storm in Gui Xiaodi's heart. Without thinking, he decisively took back the 10,000 Ghosts picture and tried to escape. Do you think you can escape? Yi Qinfeng's sword flashed, and his speed increased tenfold in an instant, intercepting Gui Xiaodi. Die! Gui Xiaodi roared and spat blood essence into the 10,000 Ghosts picture again. A large number of offensive runes appeared on the picture and attacked Yi Qinfeng. But under the attack of the Chaos Divine Wood, the Chaos Divine Wood shattered one after another, and the Chaos Divine Wood continued to attack the myriad Ghosts' portrait, forcing young Emperor Gui to retreat. Giant Spirit Sword, slash! Shaking the Chaos Divine Wood, Yi Qinfeng's body grew bigger and bigger, and he slashed at Gui Xiaodi with the Giant Spirit Sword. With one slash, more than 2 billion jin of power erupted. The terrifying Giant Spirit Sword carried with it the power to split a mountain and slashed at the 10,000 Ghosts picture above Gui Xiaodi's head. Rumble! Endless explosions were heard inside the 10,000 Ghost picture. The power went through the picture and into Gui Xiaodi's body. He fell from the sky to the ground, creating a big crater. True Spirit Dragon Fighting Fist. After injuring Gui Xiaodi with one slash, Yi Qinfeng continued to unleash dragon fighting fists, shaking heaven and earth. The attacks continued to worsen Gui Xiaodi's injuries. 10,000 Ghosts greeting. Yi Qinfeng's attacks were too fierce, and Gui Xiaodi could only use the 10,000 Ghosts picture to make a final struggle. A large number of ghosts broke out of the 10,000 Ghosts picture and attacked Yi Qinfeng. In a moment, the whole space was surrounded by evil ghosts, and ghostly qi filled the sky. It was like hell on earth. Godless sword. Gui Xiaodi used the 10,000 Ghosts greeting to attack. Yi Qinfeng's body merged with the Giant Spirit Sword, and he turned into a sword ray that devoured all light. He slashed through the ghosts and stabbed at Gui Xiaodi, who was desperately trying to dodge. But Yi Qinfeng's sword was too fast, and it pierced Gui Xiaodi's body in the blink of an eye. Kacha! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Gui Xiaodi's identity token was shattered. Gui Xiaodi, who had 1 foot in the gates of hell, was teleported out of the 100 Battles Sacred Realm. 28,000, not bad, not bad. I wonder if this number can make it into the top 10. The moment Yi Qinfeng defeated Gui Xiaodi, he found that the number of his identity tokens had skyrocketed. He revealed a faint smile, and his body flashed and he disappeared. Just as he expected, Yi Qinfeng's name rushed into the top 10 after defeating Gui Xiaodi. However, he was still more than 10,000 people away from Black Wildblade, who was in 8th place. After about half a day, Yi Qinfeng, who couldn't find an opponent, returned to the universe mirror. He was ready to fuse with the 3 soul fragments that evolved from the God-Eater brain. He wanted to see what the 3 fragments contained. Fuse! Yi Qinfeng controlled his soul to fuse with the first soul fragment. The process was extremely painful, but Yi Qinfeng's heart was firm, and he endured the pain of the inheritance in his sea of soul being torn apart. After about 3 days, Yi Qinfeng completely fused with the first soul fragment, and his soul also evolved. The laws of time. This first soul fragment actually contains the profound laws of time. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of surprise. If he could further understand the time law, it would definitely become his trump card, and he could turn the tide at a critical moment. Holding back his excitement, Yi Qinfeng controlled his soul to fuse with the second soul fragment. Sword Holy Intent. After fusing with the second soul fragment, Yi Qinfeng found that the second soul fragment contained the sword Holy Intent. I wonder if I can refine my heaven-class sword soul into a saint-class sword soul if I understand this sword Holy Intent. Yi Qinfeng found that the soul fragment from the God-Eater brain was a timely help, and it was very important to him. What will the memory of the third soul fragment be? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath, adjusted his internal breath, and controlled his soul to fuse with the third soul fragment. He was very eager to know the mysteries of the third soul fragment. Chapter 16, 77. The Way of Equipment Manipulation. After fusing with the third soul fragment, a complete set of chants appeared in Yi Qinfeng's mind. This chant was a mysterious way of equipment manipulation. The way of equipment manipulation could control thousands of weapons and instantly unleash the strongest power of weapons and treasures. In other words, even if a divine Saint Realm expert comprehended the way of equipment manipulation, he could instantly unleash the strongest attack of an ancestral artifact. It could be said to be an extremely abnormal and heaven-defying ability. I didn't expect the God-Eater brain to have such a powerful ability. If I can comprehend it and use it with the demon's sealing sword, I wonder what kind of attack I can unleash. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Qinfeng decided to wait and cultivate in the universe realm for a period of time. While comprehending the three soul fragments, he waited for the arrival of a strong enemy. Let's first comprehend the way of equipment manipulation. After pondering for a while, Yi Qinfeng decided to first comprehend the most heaven-defying way of equipment manipulation, then the sword Dao intent, and finally the time law. After making the decision, Yi Qinfeng removed all distracting thoughts and controlled the transformed God-Eater brain to comprehend the way of equipment manipulation with all his might. 1 day in the outside world was 20 days in the universe realm. In the extremely fast flow of time, Yi Qinfeng continued to deepen his comprehension of the way of equipment manipulation. After an unknown period of time, Yi Qinfeng suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and woke up from his comprehension. Sure. Yi Qinfeng's remnant soul outside the universe realm unexpectedly felt 3 powerful auras. One of them was Zhan Shirshir. Zhan Wudi, I advise you to stop your pointless struggle. You siblings won't be able to escape from my grasp. He was wearing a black robe, had a tall and sturdy stature, and his jet-black long hair fluttered in the wind. He was holding a black, bladeless heavy saber. This was the pinnacle 6-star demon Emperor Black Wild Saber. He slashed down with his saber, and a terrifying saber light poured down like a waterfall, sending a man wearing golden armor and also holding a saber flying. Brother! Zhan Shirshir's heart tightened as she looked at the man who had smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater and spurting out blood from his mouth. She immediately went to his side and fed him a medicinal pill before helping him up. Shirshir, don't worry about me. Quickly leave this place. Although Zhan Wudi was seriously injured, his eyes were full of determination. Holding the blood-stained saber, he looked at the arrogant Black Wild Saber and urged him, Brother, let's fight side by side. At worst, we'll be eliminated. Zhan Shirshir looked at Black Wild Blade with hatred, shook her head and said firmly, Zhan Shirshir, I'll give you and your sister a chance. If you're willing to be my woman, I'll let you go. Black Wild Blade's eyes blazed as he looked at Zhan Shirshir's pure face and tall figure and said in a domineering manner, If you want to fight, then let's fight. Cut the crap. Zhan Wudi took a deep breath. He burned his powerful Dao core at all costs and rapidly increased his strength. Like a wild leopard, he flew into the air. Invincible saber! Zhan Wudi roared and displayed his self-created saber move. The will of the way and qi and blood in his whole body reached the peak in an instant. An invincible saber that could split heaven and earth fell from the sky, splitting the whole space. Great sky demon art, devil's saber! Black Wild Blade didn't dodge Zhan Wudi's ultimate saber attack. He performed the strongest divine sense of the Black Demon Clan, which was passed down from the Devil Clan in the Void God Realm. Boom! The two's ultimate moves collided like 2 meteorites, setting off boundless waves in the void. In an instant, the vegetation within a radius of several miles was destroyed, destroying the entire void. Saber of the war god, slash! Jean Woody, who was seriously injured, withstood the overwhelming counterforce with his willpower and summoned the treasure of the war clan, the war god saber, which was a lower-grade heaven-reaching divine artifact, and slashed at the black wild saber at close range. Finally, you can't help but use the inherited treasure of your war clan. The saber of the war god tore through the storm and slashed down aggressively. Black wild blade didn't panic. Just as the saber of the war god was about to slash down on him, a black demon statue appeared on his body and resisted the destructive blow of the saber of the war god. Puff! Jean Woody's well-thought-out attack was neutralized by the black wild saber. Jean Woody could no longer control his injuries and fell from the air, smashing a big hole in the ground. Black demon statue, suppress! After severely injuring Jean Woody, Black Wild Blade immediately controlled the black demon statue to suppress the war god saber, not giving Jean Woody a chance to take back the treasure of the war clan. Black Wild Blade, don't you dare touch the war god saber! Jean Chercheur saw that the war god saber was suppressed by Black Wild Blade and immediately summoned the wounded black dragon, roaring and attacking him. Great Sky Demon Art, Devil's Shadow. Black Wild Saber was multitasking. He operated the great heavenly magic art and conjured a towering demonic shadow to meet Black Dragon. With one blow, Black Dragon, who was seriously injured, was sent flying. His huge body smashed into the distance. Not bad, not bad. This war god saber is really not bad. Controlling the black demon statue to suppress the war god saber, Black Wild Blade revealed a sinister smile. Jean, sure. Since you don't want to be my woman, then compensate me with this war god saber. Black Wild Blade, is your black demon race going to fight to the death with my war clan? The war god saber was the treasure of the war clan and couldn't be lost. Seeing that Black Wild Blade was going to suppress the war god saber and take it away, she panicked. Ignoring her injuries, she warned loudly. Jean Woody, do you think my black demon race will be afraid of your war clan? Black Wild Blade revealed a hint of arrogance and said, however, I am more interested in women. If Jean Chercheur can serve me well, maybe my heart will soften and I will return the war god saber to you. Don't even think about it. Jean Chercheur said angrily, her tall body trembling with anger. Sigh, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Black Wild Blade sighed softly and said with an expression as if he had already defeated the Jean siblings. I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer after 10 breaths, then don't blame me for being ruthless and sending you out of here. As for this war god saber, it will be my spoils of war. Black Wild Blade, if I go with you, will you return the war god saber to me and let my brother go? Jean Chercheur bit her lips tightly and said in humiliation, the war god saber was very important to the war clan. If it was lost, not only would it weaken the war clan's overall strength, it would also become a stain on the war clan. No, sister, you will be tortured to death by him. Jean Woody knew how terrifying Black Wild Blade was. If Jean Chercheur submitted to him, Black Wild Blade would definitely make her suffer. Forget it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I wonder if the people of your war clan will kidnap Jean Chercheur and beg me for the war god saber if they know that I took it away? Black Wild Blade lost his patience and said coldly. After saying that, he held the low-grade Transcendent Saint artifact, the Wave Breaker Saint saber, and slashed open the void. It was like a river falling from the sky, filled with endless saber intent, and swept towards the Jean siblings. Suddenly, a black tower descended from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying 9-fold suppressive force. It suppressed the saber shadow, shattering the terrifying saber intent, and landed in front of Jean Chercheur and Jean Chercheur, helping them resolve this fatal saber attack. Chapter 1678. Who's there? Black Frenzied Blade's face darkened when he saw the 9-story black pagoda that appeared out of nowhere. He looked around and said with a murderous aura, "Black Frenzied Blade, you've really wasted your life by bullying a woman." A domineering voice sounded from above his head. In the next moment, an invincible sword radiance appeared in the void and slashed at him with Tao like a waterfall. Boom! Black Frenzied Blade blocked the attack with his wave-breaking, sacred blade in the void and dissolved the sword radiance. However, the powerful sword will still made him lose control of his body and sink dozens of meters. Infinite chaos! A towering divine tree appeared in the chaotic space. Surging chaotic force gushed out from the divine tree. Its divine might shook the sky. Terrifying energy waves caused the entire space to tremble violently. It was as if the space could not withstand this terrifying energy and could collapse at any moment. Boom! The black demon statue that was suppressing the divine battle blade was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's infinite chaos attack. At this moment, Zhan Wudi seized the opportunity and quickly summoned back the battle tribe's treasure, the divine battle blade. "Big brother Yi, it's you!" Zhan Shirshir's despairing face revealed a look of pleasant surprise as she looked at the figure standing in midair, repelling Black Wild Blade with an invincible aura and helping them retrieve the War God Blade. "Shirshir, leave Black Frenzied Blade to me. I'll avenge you." Yi Qinfeng nodded at Zhan Shirshir and her brother. He stepped on the void and walked toward Black Frenzied Blade, who had a gloomy expression. "So it's you. I've been looking for you for a long time." Black Frenzied Blade did not expect Yi Qinfeng to appear and was even more surprised by his growth. However, Black Frenzied Blade was confident in his own strength and was not afraid of Yi Qinfeng. "I remember someone who said the same thing to me. Unfortunately, he was almost killed by me and escaped from the battle's sacred realm like a dog." Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, "By the way, that person's name is Black Fingu. Do you know him?" "You eliminated Fingu." Black Frenzied Blade's eyes were filled with a terrifying light as he said coldly, "Yeah, what's the point of keeping trash like that?" Yi Qinfeng nodded. "I'll kill you." Black Frenzied Blade had a very good relationship with Black Wind Valley. After learning that Black Wind Valley had been eliminated by Yi Qinfeng, Black Frenzied Blade was completely enraged. He let out an angry roar and slashed at Yi Qinfeng with his wave breaker, sacred saber. "Kill me? You're still too far away." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng ignited the true saint flames and the primordial bloodline, and he instantly improved his strength to the limits of the 6-star Tao Lord realm. After that, he held the colossal spirit sword in hand as he moved forward to meet Qin Shi's attack, and they entered into an intense battle in midair. Although the giant spirit sword's grade was far inferior to the wave-breaking sacred saber, Yi Qinfeng's explosive strength of over 20 billion jin completely made up for the giant spirit sword's lack of power. The two of them fought fiercely for an incense stick's worth of time. Not only did Yi Qinfeng not fall into a disadvantageous position, but he also gradually suppressed Black Wild Saber's attacks. How is this possible? How did his strength increase so much? Black Wild Saber grew more and more shocked as the battle went on. He was unable to believe that Yi Qinfeng had actually cultivated from a 2-star Tao Lord to a 5-star Tao Lord in less than 10 years of time. He'd never heard of such an abnormal speed of cultivation. Heaven-grade sword soul. While Black Wild Saber was shocked, the heaven-grade sword soul flashed out, and it carried a huge amount of Tao insight as it slashed down towards him. Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the sword saint intent for a few years, and his comprehension of the sword soul had risen a level. At this moment, a layer of faint red light had appeared within the heaven-grade sword soul, and its might had risen by over 10 times. It slashed down and shattered the numerous saber images before it slashed forcefully onto the wave breaker sacred saber that Black Wild Saber had placed in front of him, and its formidable saber intent shook Black Wild Saber to the point he retreated step by step. Black Devil Statue. Black Wild Saber immediately summoned the Black Devil Statue after he was blasted back by the Heaven-grade Sword Soul. He intended to rely on the ultimate treasure of the Black Devil race to turn the situation around. Universe, Sword Formation, / releasing an endless amount of demonic chi, the Black Demon God statue, which seemed to have awakened, attacked with a demonic trident in its hand. Yi Qinfeng decisively summoned the Cosmos Sword Formation and controlled it to rapidly fuse together. The Cosmos Sword Formation formed a huge Cosmos sword above his head that slashed towards the Black Demon God statue. Bang! The Black Devil statue showed a trace of loss of control as it collided head-on with the Universe Sword, and its enormous sword intent shook the Black Devil statue to the point it was ceaselessly pushed back. Grand Sky Devil Art, Devil Saber. Black Wild Saber seized the opportunity when Yi Qinfeng collided head-on with the Black Devil statue and leaped high into the air. He deduced the Grand Sky Devil Art to its limits, and his combat strength soared as he transformed into a Devil Saber that slashed down towards Yi Qinfeng. When Yi Qinfeng used the giant spiritual sword to block Black Wild Saber's Devil Saber, Black Wild Saber, who was covered in devil chi, slashed out a second and third time. Every time he slashed out, the might of the devil's frenzied blade would increase rapidly under the amplification of the great heavenly demon art. After 5 slashes, Yi Qinfeng was forced to retreat step by step. The blood and chi in his body started to surge violently. This Black Wild Saber is indeed not simple. Although Yi Qinfeng's offensive was restrained by Black Wild Saber, there was no trace of panic on his face. He decisively fused with the Chaos Essence bead to further increase his strength as he used the giant spiritual sword to meet the attack with all his might. Break. When Yi Qinfeng forcefully blocked Black Wild Saber's 9th slash, Black Wild Saber's entire body fused with the wave-breaking sacred saber and blended with the pitch-black devil chi. He seized the opportunity when Yi Qinfeng lost control of his body and slashed at his head, wanting to end the battle with 1 slash. 100 layers of spatial restriction. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood and chi in his heart. He mobilized the powerful spatial force and formed 100 layers of restrictions in front of him to block Black Wild Saber's 10th slash, which was also the most powerful slash. Ka. Under Black Wild Saber's all-out attack, Yi Qinfeng's 100 layers of restrictions were constantly shattered. However, the defensive power of the 100 layers of spatial restriction was so strong that it still managed to block Black Wild Saber's 10th slash. Next, it's my turn to attack. Yi Qinfeng lost his patience and put away the giant spiritual sword. He summoned the Demon Sealing Sword, which was engraved with 100 ancestral marks and had reached the level of an upper-grade, transcendent, sacred artifact. Ethereal Great Tao Sword. Yi Qinfeng stabbed out with the Demon Sealing Sword. A terrifying power of the Great Tao gushed out of the Demon Sealing Sword. The terrifying sword light tore through the void and slashed at Black Wild Saber. Black Demon Statue, block it! Feeling the terrifying power of Yi Qinfeng's sword, Black Wild Saber's expression changed drastically. He immediately ordered the Black Demon Statue to block it with all its might. Kacha! After blocking Yi Qinfeng's ethereal great Tao sword attack head-on, a crisp cracking sound rang out from the Black Demon Statue. The terrifying power of the great Tao shattered the Black Demon Statue and slashed the Black Demon Clan's greatest treasure to the ground from midair. What? The Black Demon Statue is broken. Zhan, Shir, and her sister, who were watching the battle from afar, revealed looks of disbelief when they saw Yi Qinfeng shatter the Black Demon Statue with a single slash. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Good, good. I'll let you see my final trump card. Black Wild Saber didn't expect Yi Qinfeng's combat strength to be so terrifying. He took out an elixir and swallowed it quickly. With this elixir, he rapidly increased his strength and vaguely touched the one-star demon god realm. It doesn't matter what trump card you use. You're destined to be the loser. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng used the way of equipment manipulation and instantly raised the attack power of the demon ceiling sword to the extreme. Limitless chaos! Yi Qinfeng held the demon ceiling sword in his hand and summoned the phantom of the chaotic divine tree. The 4 sky-level Dao diagrams and the power of chaos intertwined and slashed at Black Wild Saber. Ka. The power of this attack was unimaginably great. A large area of the void collapsed, and the terrifying chaotic power destroyed everything. It crushed the killing moves that Black Wild Saber was continuously performing as if they were rotten wood, and engulfed him in an instant. No, Black Wild Saber, whose life was hanging by a thread, let out an unwilling roar. Before he could fully use his trump card, his identity token had shattered. He was eliminated. Chapter 16, 79. After defeating Black Frenzied Blade, the number on Yi Qinfeng's identity token soared rapidly. Soon, the number on his token reached more than 68,000, and he directly entered the top 5. Look, the top 8 of the 100 battle ranking list has changed. Black Frenzied Blade has disappeared, and Yi Qinfeng has become the 5th. Gosh, where did Yi Qinfeng come from? He actually defeated Black Demon Clan's number 1 genius, Black Frenzied Blade. Yi Qinfeng is a strange name. Maybe he came from the Void God realm. Looking at the changes of the 100 battle ranking list, the experts who were paying attention to the changes were stunned, and the Black Demon Clan was even more furious. Yi Qinfeng, it's Yi Qinfeng again. Although there were thousands of geniuses from the Black Demon Clan participating in the 100 battles competition, only Black Frenzied Blade and Black Fingu had a chance to enter the top 8. But now, both of them had been defeated by Yi Qinfeng and had been miserably eliminated. This caused the Black Demon Clan's patriarch to be driven mad. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the Sage of 100 Battles and cut Yi Qinfeng into 1,000 pieces. Interesting. I didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to really enter the top 8. What an unexpected little guy. Bing Luo Jun saw the changes on the list and smiled faintly. She was looking forward to Yi Qinfeng's final result. Brother Yi, I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you become so powerful? Even Black Frenzied Blade is no match for you. Seeing that Black Frenzied Blade failed to resist Yi Qinfeng's attack and was miserably eliminated, Zhan Shishir was deeply shocked by his strength and said in awe, "These years I have had some adventures and improved my strength." Yi Qinfeng smiled and said vaguely, "Young Master Yi, we will remember your kindness and repay you in the future." Zhan Wudi looked at Yi Qinfeng with admiration and said gratefully, "Without Yi Qinfeng, they would not only not be able to take back the War God Blade, but also be disqualified in humiliation." "Young Master Zhan, you're too polite." Yi Qinfeng smiled. He had a good impression of Zhan Wudi, who was full of fighting spirit. "Let's go. Let's find a quiet place to talk." After he finished speaking, Yi Qinfeng brought Zhan Shishir and her brother away from the heavily damaged forest and came to a quiet lakeside. "Sir Zhan, Shishir, these 2 pills are for you." Yi Qinfeng felt that Zhan Wudi and Zhan Wudi were severely injured, so he took out 2 upper-grade True Spirit St. Dan and gave them to them. "Thank you, Big Brother Yi." Zhan Shishir didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Qinfeng. She took the 2 upper-grade St. True elixirs, took one, and gave the other to Zhan Wudi. After taking 2 upper-grade St. True elixir, Zhan Wudi and Zhan Wudi immediately felt warm all over, and their injuries quickly healed. About 2 days later, Zhan Wudi and Zhan Wudi recovered from their injuries and woke up. "Sure. Are you going to follow me or face the enemy alone? There was not much time left before the battle's sacred realm closed. Yi Qinfeng still needed to continue defeating his opponents to ensure that he was in the top 8. Big Brother Yi, I'll follow you. Zhan Shirshir was really scared out of her wits. She shouted without thinking, "Hey, if Brother Yi doesn't mind, let's go together." Although Zhan Wudi wanted to leave alone and challenge experts to train himself, the brother and sister were very close. Since Zhan Shirshir had expressed her stance, he chose to obey. In that case, let's go. After that, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any more time. He took Zhan Shirshir and Zhan Wudi and flew above the forest to look for opponents. The 10-year deadline was getting closer and closer. Almost 90% of the contestants in the battle's sacred realm had been eliminated. It was all luck to meet an opponent. Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 searched patiently above the forest for about 10 days, but they didn't find anyone. And there's something in the forest ahead. Let's go take a look. When Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 flew to a valley covered by clouds, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power vaguely felt a spirituality in the valley. He raised his eyebrows and immediately flew into the valley with Zhan Shirshir and Zhan Wudi. They broke through layers of restrictions and arrived at the end of the valley. They saw an ancient tree in the shape of a coiling bone dragon with 6 dragon head fruits. Dragon Bone Sacred Tree. Looking at the bone-white ancient tree in front of them, Yi Qinfeng and Zhan Wudi recognized it at the same time. It was an ancient tree that was nurtured by the associated dragon bone, and the dragon fruit it condensed was comparable to the low-grade heavens Reach Saint elixir. It was extremely precious. I didn't expect that there would be a dragon bone sacred tree in the battle's sacred realm. Judging from the bone wheel of this dragon bone sacred tree, it's probably more than 7 million years old, said the knowledgeable Zhan Wudi. Brother Zhan, sure, I want this dragon bone sacred tree. The 6 dragon fruits it condenses will belong to you. How about it? Although the dragon fruits condensed by the dragon bone sacred tree were incomparably precious, there were a lot of spiritual items growing in the 4th level of the universe realm. Many of them were far more valuable than the dragon fruits. What Yi Qinfeng really needed was this dragon bone sacred tree. If he let the primal chaos divine would devour it, it would be even stronger. No, we only need 2 of these dragon fruits. Zhan Wudi shook his head and didn't want more dragon fruits. All right, Brother Zhan, let's wait until we subdue this dragon bone sacred tree before we distribute the dragon fruits. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. He stepped on his sword and approached the dragon bone sacred tree. Pung, pung, pung. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's approach, the entire ground trembled. Tree roots as thick as buckets broke out of the ground like spears, attacking Yi Qinfeng at an extremely fast speed. Break! A large number of roots attacked. Yi Qinfeng activated the power of his 5 acupoints. Rolling power erupted in his body and poured into his fists, crushing the attacking roots. At this time, Zhan Wudi and Zhan Shirshir also attacked the dragon bone sacred tree with their own battle weapons, crushing the roots. Hum, hum, hum. Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's trio, deafening dragon roars came from the dragon bone sacred tree. 3 ferocious phantoms of bone dragons emerged from the bone-like tree and roared toward Yi Qinfeng's trio. Shirshir, watch out! Zhan Wudi quickly stood in front of Zhan Shirshir and slashed with his battle saber invincible. Streaks of saber light that could split the sky and earth continuously chopped at one of the phantoms of bone dragons, shattering them into pieces. Yi Qinfeng summoned the primal chaos divine wood. The primal chaos divine wood emitted chaotic power and shattered the 2 phantoms of bone dragons with ease. Go! The 3 phantoms of bone dragons were shattered. Yi Qinfeng used the primal chaos divine wood and controlled it to grow continuously. It floated above the dragon bone sacred tree, swaying with the primal chaos 5 elements light. It ferociously attacked the dragon bone sacred tree and suppressed him instantly. Heaven rank sword soul. Slash! When the primal chaos divine would restrain the dragon bone sacred tree, Yi Qinfeng controlled the heaven rank sword soul to slash out and cut off the 6 dragon fruits condensed by the dragon bone sacred tree. Primal chaos divine would devour. After taking the 6 dragon fruits, which were worth as much as low-grade heaven-piercing saint elixir, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the primal chaos divine would to extend tens of thousands of 5-colored roots, covering the entire void and breaking into the dragon bone sacred tree. Although the dragon bone sacred tree was very tough, it couldn't withstand the 5-colored roots condensed by the primal chaos divine wood. The 5-colored roots broke into the tree body one by one, and the spiritual energy it contained was continuously devoured by the primal chaos divine wood. Brother Jean, sure, how about this? I'll keep 2 dragon fruits, and you can have the rest. With that, Yi Qinfeng stuffed the remaining 4 dragon fruits into the hands of Jean, sure, and Jean Wudi. Ah, Brother Yi, we owe you even more. Jean Wudi said gratefully, holding the heavy and valuable dragon fruits in his hands. Brother Jean, if you treat me as a friend, you don't have to be so polite. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said indifferently, Okay, Brother Yi, you're my friend. Jean Wudi didn't refuse anymore. He and Jean Sure took the dragon fruits that were very important to them. They sat around and patiently waited for the primal chaos divine would to devour the dragon bone sacred tree. Chapter 1680. The chaos divine wood's devouring of the dragon bone saint tree caused a huge commotion. The entire void was illuminated by the chaos divine wood's chaos 5 elements light, which could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Someone's coming. Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting cross-legged at the end of the valley, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled coldly. Young Master Yi, they're from the Green Sky clan. Jean Wudi immediately recognized the 3 men in dark green robes who were flying toward them at high speed. He transmitted his voice to Yi Qinfeng. Brother Jean, sure, we'll each take 1 of them. We'll earn points by defeating them. After that, Yi Qinfeng released an extremely powerful battle intent. He rose from the ground and attacked the 3 Green Sky clan mighty figures. The fact that the 3 almighties of the Azure Sky clan had lasted until the end was proof of their strength. 2 of them were 5-star heavenly lords, while the other was close to becoming a 5-star heavenly lord. The 3 of them could fight against a 6-star heavenly lord if they worked together. However, to the current Yi Qinfeng, the 3 of them were only children. You're courting death. When the 3 Green Sky clan mighty figures saw Yi Qinfeng flying over, they summoned 3 supreme-grade, true spirit saint treasures and attacked him, trying to injure him severely. Boundless 3-foot sword. 4 heaven-level Tao diagrams appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body and turned into a 3-foot-long divine sword above his head. Fusing with the great Tao, it instantly sent the 3 supreme-grade, true spirit saint treasures flying and attacked the 3 people. Oh no! Sensing how terrifying the boundless 3-foot sword was, the 3 Green Sky clan mighty figures instinctively wanted to dodge, but the boundless 3-foot sword was too fast. It slashed towards them in the blink of an eye. With a miserable scream, the boundless 3-foot sword sent a 5-star heaven lord flying and destroyed his identity medallion. Although the other 2 Green Sky clan mighty figures escaped, they were injured by the remaining power of the boundless 3-foot sword. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. They were heavily injured. Just as they were struggling to get up, Jean Wudi and Jean Sure appeared and attacked them fiercely. Jean Wudi was a 6-star Tao Lord, and he'd slashed apart the identity token of the second 5-star Heavenly Lord and defeated him. Jean Sure was only a 6-star Tao Arch. With Jean Wudi's help, she was able to shatter the identity token of the last Almighty from the Green Sky race and obtain a large number of points. 73,000 points. Looking at the rapidly increasing points, Yi Qinfeng felt that he should be able to guarantee a place in the top 8. With a thought, he summoned Xia Dai and the spirit fish from the universe mirror. He was prepared to help them kill the enemies and earn a large amount of points so that they could get a good ranking and obtain high rewards. Spatial treasure. Looking at the Xiao-patterned butterfly and spiritual fish that appeared out of thin air, Zhan Wudi raised his eyebrows in shock. "What's the matter, Brother Zhan?" Yi Qinfeng asked with a smile when he saw Zhan Wudi lose his composure. "I didn't expect Brother Yi to have a spatial treasure that isn't restrained by the 100-battle sage realm." Yi Qinfeng didn't know that the 100-battle sage realm restrained all spatial treasures, and Yi Qinfeng could enter and exit the universe mirror at will. It was enough to show that the universe realm was above the 100-battle sage realm and wasn't restrained by it. "Spirit fish, Matzi, these 2 dragon fruits are for you." Yi Qinfeng took out the 2 dragon fruits that he'd just obtained and gave them to the spirit fish and Xia Dai so that they could continue to improve their strength. The 5-color divine light emitted by the chaos divine wood was too eye-catching. After half a day, more experts were attracted over. However, before they could get close, they were heavily injured by Yi Qinfeng and the others who were waiting for them. In the end, their points were divided among the spirit fish and the others. In about 2 days, the chaos divine would completely devour the spiritual energy contained in the dragon bone sacred tree. The condensed tree core was completely formed, and the tree trunk became thicker and stronger. The chaotic energy contained within it became even stronger. "Everyone hide well. I'll continue to use the chaos divine wood to attract the enemies, and then we'll attack together." Feeling that the method of using the chaos divine wood to lure the enemies was very effective, Yi Qinfeng and the others didn't leave. They hid in the valley and continued to use the chaos divine wood to lure the enemies. Days passed. Under the attraction of the 5-element chaotic light emitted by the chaos divine wood, experts from various clans continued to appear. They suffered the same fate, which was to be heavily injured by Yi Qinfeng and Zhan Wudi, and the points were divided among the 3 spirit fish and the others. Soon, there were only 2 months left before the 100-battle sage realm closed. Zhan Wudi, Xia Dai, and the others who were hiding in the valley and waiting for them kept increasing their points. Although Yi Qinfeng didn't defeat the enemies, his 70,000 points allowed him to firmly occupy the 5th place of the 100-battle ranking, surpassing the 1-star Dao God Guhong, the peerless genius of the ancient clan. Someone else is coming. After another 5 days, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above the valley. When Yi Qinfeng felt this terrifying aura, his deep eyes shot out a strong battle intent. His body flashed and appeared in midair. "It's you!" Tian Wufa, who was attracted by the chaos divine wood, narrowed his eyes when he saw Yi Qinfeng suddenly appear in front of him. He revealed a trace of surprise. Then his body emitted a strong killing intent that locked onto Yi Qinfeng. "It seems that the 5-color divine wood was your plan to lure the enemies." Tian Wufa recognized that the chaos divine wood was Yi Qinfeng's natal treasure. He immediately guessed that he had stepped into Yi Qinfeng's trap. However, he also gained some benefits in the 100-battle sage realm. His strength had increased further, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 1-star heavenly god realm. In addition, he was familiar with Yi Qinfeng's methods. He was completely confident that he could defeat him and avenge his previous humiliation. "Tian Wufa, how did you attract him here?" Zhan Wudi recognized Tian Wufa with a single glance. He knew that he came from the Void God realm and was a top genius from the absolute overlord of the Void God realm. His strength was unfathomable, enough to sweep through the geniuses of the heaven domain. "Brother, is Tian Wufa very strong?" Zhan Shishir looked at her brother's solemn face and asked nervously. "Very strong. In terms of overall strength, Tian Wufa is several times stronger than Black Wild Blade. He has the strength to contend against a divine realm expert. Tian Wufa nodded and said solemnly, "Then, big brother, you won't lose, right?" Zhang Shishir was even more nervous. If Yi Qinfeng lost, they might also be killed by Tian Wufa. It could be said that their fate was already tied to Yi Qinfeng. "Don't worry, Qinfeng won't lose." Xia, Wendy had blind confidence in Yi Qinfeng. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had defeated Tian Wufa before. She did not believe that Yi Qinfeng would lose to Tian Wufa. "Tian Wufa, I let you escape last time. This time, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky. Today, I will defeat you." Yi Qinfeng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He wanted to defeat Tian Wufa and take his points. "Today, we will settle the humiliation of that day. Today, I will crush all of your pride." Tian Wufa replied domineeringly. He summoned the Sword of Light and held it in his hand, pointing it at Yi Qinfeng. The two top geniuses faced each other with equal harshness. A great battle was about to break out. P.S. Everyone, please add me on WeChat, YLTY83. I'll update at full capacity soon. Chapter 1681. Your wish is good, but reality is cruel. Today, you'll definitely lose. Yi Qinfeng ignored Tian Wufa's threat, summoned the demon sealing sword, and slashed at him with shocking sword energy. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound tore through the air. The demon sealing sword collided with Tian Wufa's extreme light sword. Instantly, a large amount of energy rippled through the air, and terrifying energy tore through the void, causing cracks to appear in the fabric of space. In this clash, they were evenly matched. Yi Qinfeng and Tian Wufa switched moves at the same time, interweaving sword images as they slashed at each other. Primordial bloodline, two sacred true soul flames, ignite. Tian Wufa's combat prowess was far superior to Black Wild Blades, and Yi Qinfeng's offensive was completely suppressed by his tide-like attacks. Yi Qinfeng decisively used his trump card and raised his strength to the peak of the 6-star Dao Lord level as he fiercely counterattacked. Unseal! The instant Yi Qinfeng's strength exploded, Tian Wufa also used a powerful trump card. He borrowed the unsealed energy in his body to instantly surpass the limits of his cultivation realm and possess the strength of a 1-star celestial god. Celestial God 100 battle weapons. With his strength skyrocketing, Tian Wufa unleashed his ultimate killing move. The will of the Great Path erupted from his body, transforming into divine weapons of all shapes and sizes. They shattered the void and bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Limitless chaos! Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. Instead, he used the Dao steel he had comprehended and combined it with the Chaos Divine wood to meet the attack. The phantom of the Chaos Divine would appeared around him. After fusing the Chaos Divine wood's power with the 4 heaven-level Dao diagrams, Yi Qinfeng struck out with primal chaos energy that could shatter the horizon. It collided with the celestial God 100 battle weapons, causing the space within the Sage of 100 battles to collapse. Strong! The two of them are too strong. This terrifying destructive power has definitely surpassed the limits of a Dao Master's strength. As he sensed the destructive power of their killer moves, Zhang Wudi was deeply awed and convinced by their combat strength. Big brother, who's the one with the upper hand right now? Zhang Shishir's white and tender hands were tightly clenched together as she watched the two people fighting fiercely in the destructive storm. In a fight between masters, there is only a slight difference. At present, they seem to be evenly matched. Zhang Wudi shook his head and said, "Who will have the last laugh will depend on their strength." Tian Wufa, is this what you're so proud of? It's nothing much. Yi Qinfeng unleashed the everlasting primal chaos to block the attack of the heavenly god's 100 battle soldier. He let out a tyrannical roar and continued attacking Tian Wufa with the demon sealing sword. "Human brat, I'll kill you today." Relying on his absolute strength to withstand this destructive energy, Heaven Wufa summoned the low-quality transcendent saint treasure, the 8 trigrams disc. 8 trigrams combine. Next, he fused with the 8 trigrams disc and used his body to form the 8 trigrams disc, forming beams of extremely powerful 8 trigrams formation light that bombarded Yi Qinfeng. Chaos divine would break. Streaks of 8 trigrams formation light with astonishing might surged over. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the primal chaos divine would to receive the attack. Under Yi Qinfeng's control, the primal chaos divine tree continued to grow taller and taller. Its 5-colored crown swayed rapidly, shattering the incoming 8 trigrams formation light and shattering everything. Amazing! Brother Yi, where did you get this life treasure of yours? It's so powerful. Seeing the chaos divine would shattering the 8 trigrams discs attacks, Zhan Wudi couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. He envied Yi Qinfeng for having a divine item like the chaos divine would. 8 trigrams disc reverse the universe. After a fruitless attack, Tian Wufa took a deep breath and forcefully reversed the 8 trigrams disc, forming beams of heaven-defying energy that attacked Yi Qinfeng fiercely. The 8 trigrams disc's reversal attack was even more powerful, but it still couldn't shake the chaos divine that was rooted in heaven and earth. As time passed, Tian Wufa's energy consumption grew greater and greater. He was forced to take one supreme, true spirit saint pill after another to recover, so that he could control the 8 trigrams disc's attacks. As Tian Wufa spared no effort in his attacks, 200-some supreme true spirit saint swords flew out of Yi Qinfeng's body and circled above his head, forming an extremely powerful sword formation. Universe sword formation, universe strike. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's heaven-level sword soul fused into the cosmos sword formation, increasing the power of the sword formation to the maximum. It turned into a huge cosmos sword that cut through the void and slashed towards the 8 trigrams plate. Although Tian Wufa was able to control the 8 trigrams disc to block the universe sword's attack, Yi Qinfeng was still able to take advantage of this opportunity. However, Yi Qinfeng had seized the opportunity and launched an attack at him, bringing him great danger. Godless sword. With a thrust of his sword, the demon sealing sword's demon spirit awoke, activating 100 ancestral patterns and pushing the demon sealing sword's offensive power to the limit. It transformed into a sword of light that could seize the good fortune of the world, devouring all as it slashed at the 8 trigrams disc. Puff, puff! Using the 8 trigrams disc to withstand Yi Qinfeng's godless sword, Tian Wufa was immediately injured. Mouthfuls of blood spurted out from his mouth as his delicate face turned pale. Big Brother Yi is too awesome. He injured his opponent. Brother Ye's strength is too shocking. If the outside world knew that he injured Tian Wufa head-on, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The Void God world was above the heaven domain. The geniuses of the Void God world were not comparable to the geniuses of the heaven domain. Apart from Ling Yusin of the heaven-defined palace, the other geniuses of the Void God world were much weaker than them. But now, Yi Qinfeng's appearance had broken this curse. This shocked Zhan Wudi, but it was also a great surprise. Tian Wufa, your strength is only SOSO. Seeing the pale-faced Tian Wufa fly out of the 8 trigrams disc, Yi Qinfeng did not give him the slightest chance to catch his breath. Wielding the demon sealing sword, he continued to attack. And the reason why Yi Qinfeng had not used the Tao of artifact manipulation for so long was because, while the Tao of artifact manipulation was powerful, it was also very restrictive. It could only be used once a day. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to use his strongest trump card, Celestial Demon Heaven Form. Being injured by Yi Qinfeng again made Tian Wufa feel extraordinary shame and humiliation. Taking a deep breath, he ignited his powerful Tao core and released a terrifying Tao energy, forcibly using the celestial god race's top-grade, inherited divine ability that only celestial gods could use. Whoosh! 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 Affected by Tian Wufa's celestial demon heaven form, a large amount of heavenly energy poured into his body. His body grew larger and larger, transforming into a powerful celestial demon body. His strength and battle prowess increased yet again. Celestial demon body. To think that the celestial race can use the celestial race's divine ability. Yi Qinfeng was surprised to see Tian Wufa transform into a celestial demon body. He sensed that the decline of the celestial race might have something to do with the decline of the celestial race. Die for me! After transforming into his god-devil body, Tian Wutai's power sword, he punched out, shattering the air around him as he shot toward Yi Qinfeng with shocking, destructive power. Even if you transform into heaven, I'll crush you beneath my feet. Although Tian Wufa used the celestial demon heaven form and became even more frightening, Yi Qinfeng was still fearless. With a roar, he punched out with his right fist. When their fists collided, more than 2 billion gene of strength exploded from Yi Qinfeng's fist, instantly suppressing Tian Wufa's strength and forcing him back again and again. Heaven-grade Sword Soul, slash! As Tian Wufa was pushed back by Yi Qinfeng's fist, the heaven-grade sword Soul shrouded in faint red light descended from the heavens and slashed at Tian Wufa. Celestial Demon Fist, break. Tian Wu Fa punched out with both fists, colliding head-on with the Tian-level sword spirit. The terrifying power shattered the attack of the Tian-level sword spirit and continued towards Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1682. True Spirit Dragon-Seizing Fist. Yi Qinfeng wanted to crush all of Tian Wufa's pride. With a thought, he put away the demon's sealing sword. Relying on his absolute physical strength, he blasted out a shockingly powerful fighting dragon fist, fighting Tian Wufa in close combat. Tian Wufa's god-devil body was extremely powerful, but Yi Qinfeng had cultivated his battle body to the second heavenly layer, so his physical body was no weaker than his. The two of them fought fiercely in the void, causing the fabric of space to sway. Time acceleration. Now that they were evenly matched, Yi Qinfeng suddenly accelerated time by 4 times, increasing the speed of his attacks. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng's offense suppressed Tian Wufa, forcing him back again and again. Dimensional slash. Tian Wufa took a deep breath and used the law of space to tear open the space above his head, summoning a dimensional slash to slash at Yi Qinfeng. Spatial storm. As the dimensional slash approached, Yi Qinfeng used the law of space he had just comprehended, creating a terrifying spatial storm that instantly shattered the dimensional slash and swept toward Tian Wufa. That day, when he was unable to rely on his powerful physical body and strength to withstand the baptism of the spatial storm, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Tree. The 5-colored tree crown swayed and lashed at his chest fiercely, breaking through his body's defenses and turning his chest into a bloody mess. He was flung hundreds of miles away and crashed into a towering mountain wall in the distance, shattering the entire mountain wall. Big Brother Yi, you can do it! Big Brother Yi will win. Seeing Yi Qinfeng heavily injured Tian Wufa once more, Zhan Shishir's pure face lit up with joy, and she excitedly shouted, "If Brother Yi can defeat Tian Wufa, his points will definitely surpass 100,000. At that time, he might even be able to enter the top 3 of the preliminaries." Seeing Yi Qinfeng hold the absolute advantage, Zhan Wudi inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a rare smile. God-Devil Heaven Aspect, Heaven, Cleaving Strike. After being injured by Yi Qinfeng again, Tian Wufa was completely infuriated. He shattered a large portion of the mountain wall and didn't hesitate to ignite all of his blood qi. Using his powerful blood qi as a guide, he forcibly used his most powerful attack to attack Yi Qinfeng. With one strike, the space was turbulent, the sun and the moon dimmed, and the terrible power annihilated everything, as if it wanted to break through the sky. Zhan Wudi and the others, who who were watching from afar, held their breath. They felt like the end of the world was coming, and they couldn't help but tremble. Tao of artifact control, one sword. Heaven's sword, heaven cleaving sword, heaven's sword art, heaven cleaving strike, heaven's sword, and heaven sword of heaven swords Tao. Heaven cleaving sword of heaven sword. Heaven sword of heaven sword strike. The sword of heaven cleaving sword, branded with the terrifying seal of the great Tao, cut through the god-devil heaven cleaving strike and continued on toward the grim-faced Tian Wufa. Although at this critical moment, Tian Wufa continuously used his defensive trump cards to defend himself, Yi Qinfeng's god-slaying sword still managed to pierce through his defensive trump cards and send him flying. Heaven escape! With his body heavily injured, Tian Wufa's combat strength plummeted, and he decisively used his trump card to flee. However, Yi Qinfeng's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance between them. He continuously used powerful attacks to bombard his body, aggravating his injuries and shattering his identity medallion. Human brat, I swear I won't let you go. Unable to endure his injuries, Tian Wufa roared in rage. Humph, a mere loser wants to overturn the heavens. Yi Qinfeng coldly snorted, unmoved. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to shatter Tian Wufa's identity medallion and defeat him, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Feeling this aura, the despairing Tian Wufa rejoiced. He rushed into the distance and shouted, "Brother Wutian, save me!" Hearing Tian Wufa's cry for help, a man wearing a dark golden robe embroidered with dragons, a crown on his head, and a white jade belt on his waist flew over. He had an extraordinary bearing. "No one can save you. Accept your fate." As he said that, Yi Qinfeng threw out the demon's ceiling sword with all his might. It drew a streak of light in the air, slashing viciously at the heavily injured Tian Wufa. As he roared out in frustration, his identity medallion was destroyed and he was eliminated. After defeating Tian Wufa, the number on Yi Qinfeng's identity medallion rapidly soared, exceeding 130,000 in the blink of an eye, surpassing Yu Yeming and the most popular candidate for the championship, Tian Qinyin of the Divine Sky race. He now ranked first on the 100 battle ranking. "You're courting death." Although Huang Wutian came from the Imperial Sky Race and Tian Wufa came from the Divine Sky Race, the two races had a close relationship. The two had a good personal relationship. Seeing Yi Qinfeng defeat Tian Wufa from afar completely enraged the one-star heavenly deity Huang Wutian. With a furious roar, he summoned a halberd that could bend mountains. It was a low-grade Transcendent Saint artifact and slashed at Yi Qinfeng. As the halberd slashed down, a large area of space could not withstand the halberd's interweaving halberd shadows. The terrifying power was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating him. Huang Wutian, the top genius sent by the Imperial Sky Race this time. Through Tian Wufa's cry for help, Yi Qinfeng immediately guessed that the person in front of him was one of the 5 God-rank masters, Huang Wutian. He was also one of the 6 most likely to win the championship of this 100 battles martial competition. Facing the halberd shadows, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack with all his strength. He wanted to know if he could defeat Huang Wutian with his current strength. Boom! The demon's ceiling soared and the halberd collided. The two terrifying forces fiercely repelled each other, causing the space within several miles to tremble. Interesting. Huang Wutian was startled, revealing a strange smile. He did not think that Yi Qinfeng would be able to shake his halberd with just the strength of his physical body. "I want to see how many halberd attacks you can block." As he spoke, the strength of Huang Wutian's body skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 20 billion genes. Holding the several hundred million genes halberd in his hand, it was as if he was waving a mountain, continuously slashing at Yi Qinfeng. Dong dong dong! Every time the two divine weapons collided, it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The terrifying power was like a magnificent army sweeping through the sky, destroying everything. Big brother, who is that? Seeing Huang Wutian brandishing the halberd and fiercely attacking, Zhang Shishir's expression changed, nervously asking, "That person is called Huang Wutian. He is a strong contender for first place in this 100 battles martial competition. His strength has reached the level of a 1-star celestial god." Zhang Wuti said with a dignified expression. He did not expect that the battle between Yi Qinfeng and Tianwu would attract this killing god. He began to worry about Yi Qinfeng. Not bad, not bad. I haven't met anyone who can match my strength in a long time. Huang Wutian said with high fighting spirit. He continued to wave the halberd, fighting Yi Qinfeng head-on. The two fought fiercely from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to mid-air. The more they fought, the faster and stronger they became. The 100 battles martial competition realm was destroyed beyond recognition. Just as the two fought fiercely to the climax, Huang Wutian, who was gradually losing patience, used his trump card, instantly doubling his strength and realm. In the next moment, the halberd in his hand shone with a dazzling light, fiercely slashing at Yi Qinfeng's demon-sealing sword. More than 40 billion genes of strength bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body like a giant mountain, directly smashing him from midair to the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Chapter 1683. Cheng Feng, witnessing Yi Qinfeng being smashed to the ground by Huang Wutian's halberd, Xia Wendi and the others' hearts immediately sank. Huang Wutian's strength was beyond their imagination. They had a feeling that Yi Qinfeng might not be a match for Huang Wutian. The identity token didn't shatter. Huang Wutian looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was flying out of the pit with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He was a little surprised that Yi Qinfeng was only lightly injured after taking a full blow from his trump card. "Let's see how many of my moves you can take." In the next moment, Huang Wutian continued to launch fierce attacks at Yi Qinfeng with the halberd in his hand. He was determined to defeat him and obtain his points. Divine Blood Pearl, Chaos Essence Pearl, fuse! Huang Wutian's strength and power were beyond imagination. Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to hold back anymore. He decisively fused the two supreme treasures, stimulating his own potential and instantly raising his strength to the 1-star Tao God realm. "I didn't expect you to have such a trump card." Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's strength had increased, Huang Wutian's fighting spirit became even stronger. He held the halberd and attacked with all his strength. Each wave of attacks was stronger than the last, continuing to suppress Yi Qinfeng and forcing him to retreat. How can Huang Wutian be so strong? Being completely crushed by Huang Wutian's power, Yi Qinfeng revealed a look of deep shock. He didn't expect that even after using his trump card, he still couldn't withstand Huang Wutian's fierce attacks. Chaos everlasting. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and deduced the 4 heaven-level Tao diagrams to the extreme. The phantom of the chaos divine would appear around him, fusing with the powerful chaotic energy to resist Huang Wutian's attacks. Boom! Their attacks collided again. Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wutian were both pushed back hundreds of meters at the same time. A mouthful of blood flowed from Yi Qinfeng's mouth again. Huang Wutian suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and continued to attack Yi Qinfeng. Suddenly, the entire space changed. Streams of light appeared strangely, turning into a river of light that flowed endlessly, attacking Huang Wutian. Heaven-defying technique. Huang Wutian fiercely waved the halberd, shattering the rivers of light that were attacking him. He looked behind Yi Qinfeng and saw a woman in a black martial robe, her entire body shrouded in the light of the Tao. Beside her was a man with an extraordinary bearing who was standing on a sword. "Ling Yusin, you want to get involved in this mess?" Looking at the two people who had suddenly appeared, Huang Wutian's brows were tightly knitted together. Although he was not afraid of Ling Yusin, who was also a divine realm expert, he was wary of Yu Yu, who had an extraordinary background. A few years ago, he had met Yu Yu and fought fiercely for a few days in the Sage of 100 Battles realm. In the end, they were evenly matched, although he did not use his trump card at that time. He knew that Yu Yu was also holding back. If they fought to the end, no one would know who would win. Yes, Brother Yi is our friend. Yu Yu nodded and said, "If you want to find trouble with Brother Yi, you have to defeat me first." Yu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Huang Wutian glared at the arrogant Yu and said angrily, "You'll know if I'm afraid after the battle." Although Huang Wutian's strength was terrifying, Yu was not afraid of him. Brother Wutian, the Sage of 100 Battles realm is about to close. If Brother Wutian really wants to fight with us, why don't you wait until the finals? That way, we can fight to our heart's content. Ling Yusin revealed an enchanting smile and said softly when the battle was about to start, "All right, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the finals. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Huang Wutian glanced at Yu Yeming and Ling Yusin. After hesitating for a moment, he did not attack again. He left behind a threat and turned to leave. "Thank you so much." After experiencing Huang Wutian's strength, Yi Qinfeng felt that there was still a huge gap between them. Unless he used his life spirit spell at all costs, there was no hope of defeating him. "Brother Yi is too polite." Yu Yeming revealed a faint smile. "I wonder how many points Brother Yi has accumulated." "My luck is not bad. I've accumulated 130,000. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. 130,000. Yu Yeming and Ling Yusin revealed a surprised expression. There were more than 500,000 genius disciples in the Sage of 100 Battles realm. 130,000 points was enough to guarantee that Yi Qinfeng would obtain the first place in the preliminary round of the 100 Battles martial competition. "Brother Yi, I wonder who you've defeated to actually accumulate so many points?" Yu Yeming asked curiously. "I've defeated Gui Xiao Di, He Guangdao, and Tian Wufa." Yi Qinfeng did not hide anything and said frankly, "Brother Ye's strength really surprises me. Even He Guangdao and Tian Wufa were defeated by you." One had to know that He Guangdao and Tian Wufa had the strength to rush into the top 8, and Gui Xiaodi was also a strong contender for the top 10. Now that they had all been defeated by Yi Qinfeng, Yu Yeming and Ling Yusin were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's shocking increase in strength. "Let's go. We'll wait for the Sage of 100 Battles realm to close." After bidding farewell to Yu Yeming and Ling Yusin, Yi Qinfeng led Xiao Wendi and the others out of the heavily damaged forest. They changed to another place and continued to summon the Chaos Divine Wood to attract more enemies. The Chaos Divine Wood was too attractive. While Yi Qinfeng's group was waiting for the Chaos Divine Wood, they still attracted more than 10 powerful experts. Their fates were exactly the same. They were all defeated by Yi Qinfeng and the others, and the points were divided by Zhang Wudi and the other 3. As the days passed, there were fewer and fewer people in the Sage of 100 Battles realm, and the rankings were constantly changing. Yi Qinfeng's name, like a brand, was firmly imprinted in the first place of the 100 battle ranking list, attracting the attention of many people. I didn't expect a dark horse to appear in the preliminary round of the 100 Battles martial arts competition. He defeated Tian Qingyun and Huang Wutian and dominated the first place of the 100 battle ranking list. Yes, even He Guangdao and Tian Wufa were defeated by him. Yi Qinfeng's strength is too terrifying. Humph, it's just the preliminary round. I guess he won't be so popular in the finals. Yes, he has offended so many people. It's hard to say whether he can finish the finals alive. Many people were amazed by Yi Qinfeng's results, but more people were not optimistic about him. Some people thought Yi Qinfeng would definitely die. Just as Yi Qinfeng's group of 5 waited for the Chaos Divine would and killed 3 powerful geniuses of various clans and gained a lot of points, a bell suddenly rang, which alarmed the remaining geniuses of various clans in the Sage of 100 Battles martial arts competition. The preliminary round that I've been waiting for 10 years is finally over. Listening to the bell echoing in their ears, the surviving geniuses of various clans breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a look of great surprise. Although their points varied, their rankings would not be too low since they could stay until the end. Thinking of the rewards in the Sage of 100 Battles realm, they could not help but feel excited. The preliminary round of the 100 Battles martial arts competition is over. Now, according to the rankings, the rewards will be given. A deep voice spread to every corner of the Sage of 100 Battles realm, and beams of light of transmission enveloped Yi Qinfeng and the others. The next moment, they disappeared from the Sage of 100 Battles realm and appeared in a mysterious space full of energy. Chapter 1684. Congratulations on obtaining the first in the preliminary round of the 100 Battles martial competition. Your reward is to absorb heavenly energy for a year. You'll be teleported out of here once your time is up, or if you're unable to endure the heavenly energy filling your body. An aged voice resounded by Yi Qinfeng's ears while he gazed at the space that was filled with energy. 8th grade Chinese? Net's wish. In the next moment, the ocean of energy before him started to fluctuate. A huge amount of energy surged towards Yi Qinfeng like a river, and it directly poured into his body through his pores. What pure energy! When he sensed the vastness and purity of the heavenly energy, Yi Qinfeng immediately discarded all distracting thoughts and multitasked. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to absorb heavenly energy, while circulating the Soul Eater technique and Divine 9 transformations to refine and absorb the heavenly energy that poured into his body and improve his strength. At the same time, all the geniuses of the various clans who'd fought until the end were teleported into various mysterious spaces. Moreover, the amount of time they received was different according to their final rankings. Ling Yu had accumulated a huge amount of points from the earlier battles, and with Yi Qinfeng's help, she obtained the 58th position in the end and could absorb heavenly energy for a month. Xia Dai obtained the 86th position and could absorb heavenly energy for 20 days. Zhan Shishir obtained the 120th position and could absorb heavenly energy for 10 days. Zhan Wudi's strength was formidable, and he defeated many formidable enemies. In the end, he obtained the 28th position and could absorb heavenly energy for 2 months. On the other hand, Yu Yeming and Ling Yusin obtained the 3rd and 6th positions respectively, and they could absorb heavenly energy for 8 months and half a year. Time flew by, and disciples were being teleported out incessantly. Even though they could only absorb heavenly energy for a short period of time, their gains were huge, and many of them had even broken through the bottleneck of their cultivation that they'd been unable to break through. Huff! I'm at the peak of the 5th star Tao Lord realm. Yi Qinfeng ceaselessly absorbed heavenly energy for 6 months, and his strength continued to rise explosively to attain the peak of the 5th star Tao Lord realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through, and he ceaselessly suppressed his cultivation to make his foundation even more solid. On the other hand, the Chaos Divine Wood had absorbed sufficient heavenly energy and was ceaselessly transforming. Its core was growing stronger and stronger, and its might was on the verge of attaining the limits of a high-grade, transcendent artifact. What kind of energy is this? Right when Yi Qinfeng's foundation was growing more and more solid, and he was charging into the 6th star Tao Lord realm with all his strength, the sharp God-Eater brain had sensed a strand of strange energy within his body, and he wouldn't have noticed the existence of this energy if it hadn't noticed it. Yes, this power is corroding my root of life. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to observe this strange energy that was hard to detect. He found that this energy was slowly eroding his root of life. Although it was very slow if it was not detected, it would continue to erode his life force. It could even cause him to stop in his pursuit of the supreme Tao. Could this be the true purpose of the heavenly race holding this outer heaven martial meeting? They want to take advantage of this outer heaven martial meeting and wait for an opportunity to sever the future of the top geniuses of the various races, weaken the strength of the various races, and consolidate the heavenly race's position as the overlord. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself, vaguely guessing the true purpose of this outer heaven martial meeting. Chaotic divine would refine it. When he sensed the corrosive energy within the heavenly energy, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the chaotic divine would to stretch out a large number of 5 colored roots that covered every corner of his body, and he tried to completely devour and refine the strands of strange energy within the heavenly energy. The chaotic divine wood was the number 1 divine wood in the universe, and it could refine and absorb any energy. In next to no time, the strange energy that was corroding Yi Qinfeng's root of life was ceaselessly devoured by the chaotic divine wood, and it protected his entire body. However, this caused Yi Qinfeng's speed of refining and absorbing the heavenly energy to slow down incessantly, and it affected his cultivation speed quite a bit. However, he had no choice but to act in this way for safety's sake. If the chaotic divine wood wasn't able to completely devour this strange energy, then it would cause him to suffer injuries that he couldn't recover from, and it was a price he couldn't bear. After another 3 months of time, the corrosive energy within Yi Qinfeng's body had vanished completely under the devouring and refinement of the heavenly energy. He relied on the formidable heavenly energy to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation in one go and break through into the 6-star Tao Lord realm. After he broke through, Yi Qinfeng started to guide the heavenly energy that was refined and absorbed by the chaotic divine would to surge into the Shanzhong acupoint on his chest, and it tempered his body to charge into the 3rd level of the battle body realm and improve his combat strength and defense a step further. When Yi Qinfeng utilized the heavenly energy to temper his body, the geniuses of the various clans were teleported out of the heavenly energy dimension. Yi Qinfeng, who's that? The genius of the Xintian clan, Tian Qinyin, who'd suppressed Yu Yeming and seized the 2nd position in the martial competition, frowned slightly as he gazed at Yi Qinfeng, who occupied the 1st position on the 100 battle rankings, and he revealed a surprised expression. Before he participated in the martial competition, Tian Qinyin had investigated his main opponents, and Yi Qinfeng wasn't amongst them. So, he was unable to figure out where Yi Qinfeng had come from. Tian Qinyin, are you surprised that someone actually snatched the title of the 1st place from you? Huang Wutian, who was wearing a dark golden imperial robe and exuding a strong oppressive aura, slowly walked over to Tian Qinyin, who was frowning as he looked up at the 100 battle rankings. Why, do you know Yi Qinfeng? Tian Qinyin, who was tall and straight like an invincible divine spear, withdrew his gaze from the 100 battle rankings, looked at Huang Wutian and asked indifferently, "Of course, I also fought with him." Huang Wutian nodded and said, "This person's strength is indeed extraordinary. If I didn't use my trump card, it would have been difficult to defeat him. Also, he was able to suppress you and seize the 1st position on the 100 battle rankings because he defeated Tian Wufa of the Xintian clan. So, he was the one who defeated Wufa." Tian Qinyin frowned slightly, and his deep eyes shot out billions of rays of light, making it impossible for people to look straight at him. Time passed day by day, and it was getting closer and closer to a year's time. Relying on the chaotic divine would to ceaselessly refine heavenly energy, the dark pearl within his Shanzhong acupoint was ceaselessly transforming, and it finally transformed into an even more formidable battle pearl. Yi Qinfeng had cultivated to the 3rd level of the battle physique in one go as well. His physical strength had risen explosively to 13 billion kilograms. His physical defense had attained the level of a high-grade, true spirit saint artifact, and his combat strength had improved greatly. I wonder if I can defeat Huang Wutian with my current strength. His combat strength and defense had improved greatly, and Yi Qinfeng was slightly looking forward to the finals of the 100 Battles competition that was about to begin and to compete with the geniuses of the various clans. Yi Qinfeng had consolidated his strength at the 6-star Downlord realm by devouring heavenly energy. When a year's time arrived, a strand of formidable teleportation energy appeared above his head, and it teleported him out of the heavenly energy dimension and back to the 100 Battle City. It caused a huge commotion. When they found out about Yi Qinfeng's appearance, the geniuses of the various clans surged onto the streets, as they really wanted to see Yi Qinfeng's elegant demeanor, who'd valiantly seized the first position in the preliminary round. However, once Yi Qinfeng left the heavenly energy dimension, he immediately executed an unfathomable speed to return to the small building at the lakeside, causing the experts of the various clans to miss their target. The rewards for the preliminary round have come to an end. A month from now, the lots will be drawn on the 100 Battles platform, and the finals will begin. Yi Qinfeng had just returned to the small building at the lakeside when a deep voice resounded in the sky above the 100 Battle City, and it didn't disperse for a long time. Chapter 1685. Yi Ming, Yusin, did you notice anything strange when you were devouring the heavenly energy? Yi Qinfeng found Yu Yiming and Ling Yusin and asked in a low voice after the terrifying sound that reverberated throughout the 100 Battles City disappeared. August 8th language equals is not equal to equals. Less than or equal to 8 is equal to 1, less than or equal to z, greater than or equal to equals. Less than or equal to calm strange? Why does Brother Yi say that? Yi Ming asked in surprise. When I was devouring the heavenly energy, I felt a strange power hidden in the heavenly energy that was constantly corroding my life force. Yi Qinfeng told them about his encounter when he was devouring the heavenly energy. Really, Yu Yiming and Ling Yusin's expressions changed slightly. They immediately closed their eyes and peeked at their life force. After peeking again and again, they sensed a nearly undetectable corrosive power that had invaded the depths of their life force. Their expressions instantly turned gloomy. If they did not remove the corrosive power that had invaded their life force in time, it would greatly affect their future cultivation. It seems like this is the true purpose of the 100 Battles martial competition. Yu Yiming's expression became incomparably gloomy. Brother Yi, I will remember this favor. I will definitely repay it in the future. You're too polite. Yi Qinfeng smiled. There's still a month before the 100 Battles martial competition. I think the two of you should be able to remove the corrosive power from your life force. No problem. Yu Yiming and Ling Yusin had extraordinary foundations. After expressing their thanks, they left to find a way to refine the corrosive power. After the two of them left, Yi Qinfeng immediately found Xiao Wendi, Ling Yusin, and the others. He controlled the God-Eater brain to check their bodies, since they hadn't been able to devour heavenly energy for a long time. There wasn't much of the strange energy corroding their roots of life. With the help of the Chaos Divine Wood, Yi Qinfeng spent nearly half a month devouring the corrosive energy in their roots of life, removing the hidden danger in their bodies. As for Zhan Wudi and Ming Qianxin, they were hiding a huge secret. Using their powerful foundations, they slowly removed the hidden danger in their bodies. Very quickly, a month passed. The highly anticipated 100 Battles martial competition was about to begin. Although there were only 8 people who stood out in the preliminary round and entered the final round. These 8 people represented the peak level of the Sky region and even the Void God realm's younger generation. The clash between them made the experts of various clans look forward to it. As for the tickets to the 100 Battles martial competition's finals, they were even hyped up to a sky-high price by people. A single ticket was hard to obtain. Being able to enter the ancient sacred battlefield and witness the finals of the 100 Battles martial competition at close range had become a symbol of identity and status. Let's go to the 100 Battles sacred battlefield. After taking a bath and changing into a clean martial arts suit, Yi Qinfeng walked out of the room in high spirits and met up with Xia Wendy, Ling Yu, and the others. They took the carriage that Anai Tian Palace had already prepared and went to the sage battlefield of 100 battles. Stop right there. You can't enter without a ticket. When Yi Qinfeng's group arrived at the 100 battles sacred battlefield, they were immediately stopped by the guards at the entrance. I'm not here to spectate. I'm here to participate. Yi Qinfeng stood proudly and took out his identity token. Young Master Yi, please come in. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's identity token, the guard who stopped them had a huge change in expression and revealed a look of awe. He respectfully handed over Yi Qinfeng's identity token with both hands and took the initiative to open a path. Young Master Yi, could he be the first place of the 100 battles ranking Yi Qinfeng? His strength doesn't seem to be much. Not much? Rumor has it that Tian Wufa of the Divine Sky Clan and He Guangdao of the Black Demon Clan lost to him. Do you think he's weak? That's true, but the finals aren't the preliminaries. If he wants to win in the finals, there's no hope at all. Well, according to the results of the previous years, I'm afraid the first place of this 100 battles martial competition will be dominated by the Divine Sky Clan. Looking at Yi Qinfeng from afar, there was a commotion outside the 100 battles sacred battlefield. Pairs of eyes shot over and discussed animatedly. Yi Qinfeng ignored the surrounding gazes and discussions, put away his identity token, and said indifferently, "They're my friends. They should be able to enter to watch the competition." Yes, of course. The 100 Battles City guard seemed to have changed into a different person as he nodded. Let's go. Yi Qinfeng did not waste any time and led Xia Wendy, Ling Yu, and the others into the bustling 100 Battles sacred battlefield. So big, this 100 Battles sacred battlefield is so big. Walking into the sacred battlefield, Xia Wendy and the others were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw that the sacred battlefield's grandstands were like heavenly walls, hundreds of feet high, majestic and majestic. And in the center of the grandstands, there was a floating battle stage made of divine stones that had experienced the vicissitudes of time, bathed in the light of restrictions. Because Yi Qinfeng's results were too outstanding, the sacred battlefield's grandstands had already left the best seats for Yi Qinfeng and the others. Not long after Yi Qinfeng arrived, Yu Yeming, Ling Yusin, and the others also appeared. Looking at their expressions, they had already cured the hidden injuries in their bodies. Moreover, they had refined the heavenly energy, and their strength had risen by another step. After a while, Tian Qingyan, Huang Wutian, Gu Hong, Moe Chen, and the number 1 genius of the Azure Sky Clan, Tianyin, all arrived. The atmosphere of the sacred battlefield became lively, and the audience in the grandstands were happily discussing who would stand out from the other geniuses and take first place in the 100 Battles martial meeting. Although Yi Qinfeng had taken first place in the preliminaries, no one was optimistic about him in the finals. They guessed that he would be eliminated in the first round. All right, everyone quiet down. As the entire sacred battlefield was filled with ear-piercing discussions, a white-robed old man with a snow-white beard appeared in the void. His aura was one with the world, and his eyes were bright and piercing. As he opened his mouth, a terrifying voice instantly suppressed the noise, shocking the entire audience. What a terrifying supreme elder! Looking at the white-robed old man in front of him, Yi Qinfeng's pupils couldn't help but shrink into the most dangerous pinholes. He could smell a deep sense of danger from this old man. All right, we will now draw lots. The rules of the finals are the same as the previous ones, a single-round elimination system. The one who has the last laugh will be the champion of the 100 Battles martial meeting. My Divine Sky Clan will reward him with a mid-grade ancestral pill and a chaos stone. The white-robed old man loudly announced, "Chaos Stone!" Yi Qinfeng's eyes brightened. He didn't expect the reward for the champion of the 100 Battles martial meeting to be so generous. Not only was there an ancestral pill, but there was also a chaos stone to forge an ancestral artifact. If he could obtain this chaos stone, he might be able to upgrade the demon's sealing sword to a top-grade Transcendent Saint artifact. At that time, with the help of the way of controlling artifacts, he would have the strength to instantly kill an ordinary divine realm master. There are 8 balls of light here. You can draw lots now. The white-robed old man took out 8 balls of light floating in the void and loudly announced, "Buzz, buzz, buzz." The silent space of the sacred battlefield fluctuated. Yi Qinfeng and the others simultaneously deduced their Tao intent, condensing huge hands that covered the sky and grabbed at the balls of light. Tian Qingyun and Huang Wutian wanted to embarrass Yi Qinfeng, so they intentionally attacked the huge hands condensed by Yi Qinfeng, wanting to shatter them. However, Yi Qinfeng had comprehended the void Tao tablet for hundreds of years. His comprehension of Tao intent had risen by several levels. Tian Qingyun and Huang Wutian's little trick didn't succeed, and Yi Qinfeng easily caught a ball of light. When Yi Qinfeng and the others crushed the balls of light, the names of the 2 opponents and the number of matches appeared on the wall of light, floating above the 100 battles martial meeting. They were Yu Yiming against Tian Yun, Tian Qingyun against Gu Hong, Yi Qinfeng against Mo Chen, and Ling Yusin against Huang Wutian. All right, I announce the start of the 100 battles martial meetings finals. After the lots were drawn, the white-robed old man loudly announced. In the next moment, 2 ear-piercing sounds rang out. Yu Yiming and Tian Yun stood up, and like 2 invincible divine swords, they cut through the air and appeared on the battle stage that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. They looked at each other from afar, preparing for the final battle. Chapter 1686. Tian Yin was a rare, peerless genius of the Azure Sky clan. He had cultivated for more than 4,000 years and had reached the peak of 6-star Heavenly Lord Realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 1-star Heavenly God. There were even rumors that he had cultivated the supreme imperial Heavenly Tao to the 8th level. By borrowing the terrifying might of the supreme imperial Heavenly Tao, he could contend against ordinary divine realm experts. Although Tianyin was extremely powerful, when he faced Yu Yeming, his deep eyes were still filled with a heavy solemnity. This was because he knew that Yu Yeming came from the void god world. Whether it was strength or talent, Yu Yeming was stronger than him. It would be extremely difficult for him to defeat Yu Yeming. However, he did not give up because of this. He was prepared to use his strongest strength and attack to defend his dignity and fight for a chance at victory. Yu Yeming, let me see if the top genius of the void god world lives up to his name. With a thought, Tian Yin summoned the greatest treasure of the Green Sky clan, the Green Sky sword, which was a lower grade, Transcendent Saint tool. His battle intent also soared at this moment. At this time, Tian Yin was like an unsheathed divine sword. The terrifying sharpness made people not dare to look at him directly. "I will let you get what you want," Yu Yeming said calmly with his hands behind his back. Although Tian Yin was strong in terms of overall combat strength, he was undoubtedly the weakest of the 8 people who had made it into the finals. "Ready, begin." With the white-haired old man's order, 10 layers of defense rose around the martial stage, sealing it. It was as if their attacks were too destructive and would harm innocent people. Azure Sky Sword. Tian Yun roared and activated the Ether's mantra to its maximum. He slashed out with the Azure Sky, sword in his hand. Rolling will of the wave gushed out, turning into a sword light that seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It slashed towards Yu Yeming, who was standing straight and not dodging. Seeing that the sword was about to hit Yu Yeming stepped forward with his hands behind his back. A powerful sword intent spread out from his body and quickly gathered. He slashed down with the Azure Sky sword, easily breaking Tianyun's probing attack. Boundless great Tao. Tianyun's expression changed slightly when he saw Yu Yiming take a light step forward and break his probing attack. He quickly deduced a powerful Tao will and slashed out a torrential river of light that evolved the great Tao towards Yu Yiming. Tianyin, don't waste any more time. This kind of attack is useless against me. Although Yu Yiming and Tianyin were both peak 6-star lords, Yu Yiming was far stronger than Tianyin in terms of both strength and foundation. Yu Yiming gently extended a finger and pointed at the incoming river of light. Ka ka ka. A series of cracking sounds rang out. The sword light that shot out from Yu Yiming's fingertips directly pierced through the great path of the vast expanse, easily breaking through his attacks. So strong! This Yu Yiming is so strong. Tianyun's continuous attacks are actually unable to pose any threat to him. The heaven region is the heaven region. It can't be compared to the void god realm. Tianyun didn't rely on strength to enter the finals, but luck. If it weren't for that Yi Qinfeng defeating Tian Wufa and He Guangdao, Tianyun wouldn't have been able to enter the top 8 at the last moment. While the spectators in the stands were discussing Yu Yiming's terrifying strength, Tianyun's expression was solemn as he circulated the supreme, sovereign, heavenly Tao to the extreme, causing the power of the heavens to surge in from all directions. At your age, you can cultivate the supreme, sovereign, heavenly Tao to the 8th level. Not bad. Yu Yiming didn't summon any weapon. He just looked at Tianyun in silence, who was overflowing with golden light like an invincible emperor, and spoke with confidence. Tianyun roared as he circulated the supreme, sovereign, heavenly Tao to the extreme. Surging sovereign Qi and Tao will fuse together and crazily poured into the azure sky sword. The sword split open space and slashed towards Yu Yiming. This sword is only SOSO, but it's far from enough if you want to defeat me. A wild smile appeared on Yu Yiming's face. Both his hands moved swiftly to form a great palm silhouette filled with supreme swordsmanship, which shot forward to meet the incoming attack. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, causing a deafening explosion to ring out. Although Tianyun's sword was powerful, it was still shattered by Yu Yiming's sword imprint. The terrifying aftershock spread through the air, causing Tianyun to retreat step by step. Supreme Sovereign Heavenly Tao, 8th level Sovereign Heavenly Tao. Tianyun took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood in his body. He unleashed his strongest move. 8th level Sovereign Heavenly Tao surged out of his body, activating the strongest power of the Azure Sky Sword as it slashed towards Yu Yiming. As the sword slashed out, a huge crescent moon appeared in the air. The terrifying sovereign heavenly Tao shook the 9 heavens, causing the space to tremble continuously. Not bad, this move is not bad. Yu Yiming's eyes narrowed as a sword of light that flowed with Tao will appeared in his hand. With a flash of his body, he charged forward, like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. As the sword pierced through the air, the terrifying sword light pierced the center of the crescent moon sword imprint. Terrifying sword will instantly poured into the crescent moon sword and shattered it. In the next moment, Yu Yiming slashed out 18 times consecutively. 18 sharp sword lights sealed off the void as they slashed towards Tianyun, who was holding the azure sky sword in his hand and defending with all his might. Although Tianyun clenched his teeth and withstood Yu Yiming's 18 sword strikes, his arms were still injured by the aftershock of the 18 sword strikes. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably, splattering all over the ground. Sai Yin-er is going to lose. A middle-aged man in a dark blue robe, with an extraordinary bearing and a domineering aura, sighed softly. This man was the Azure Sky clan leader, Tian Jidao, who had once pursued Yi Qinfeng and forced Yi Qinfeng into the alien battlefield. As Yi Qinfeng had used the illusory Dao will to constantly change his appearance in the ethereal secret realm, Tian Jidao didn't recognize Yi Qinfeng. Yes, Yu Yiming's strength is too terrifying. Tianyin raised the sovereign heavenly Tao to the 8th heaven and still couldn't force him to use his trump card. It seems like Yu Yiming really has the strength to be number one. The Azure Sky Clan leader nodded and said, Sovereign heavenly Tao, heaven and earth return. Tianyin couldn't accept such a way of losing. He took a deep breath, suppressed the surging blood in his body, and executed the strongest attack he knew. Heaven and earth return was the strongest move evolved from the sovereign heavenly Tao. Its power was extremely terrifying, but executing this move required the sacrifice of one's physical body. It was a move that hurt both sides. Once executed, the price was extremely high. However, in order to injure Yu Yiming and defend his dignity, Tianyin couldn't care less. What's wrong? You want to go all out? Yu Yiming had a good understanding of the sovereign heavenly clan's legacy. Seeing Tianyin's physical body explode continuously, he guessed that Tianyin was going to execute heaven and earth return. In the next moment, Yu Yiming's body turned into a stream of light. Carrying a mysterious force, he suddenly appeared in front of Tianyin. Whoa! After being attacked by Yu Yiming's mysterious force, Tianyin's soul trembled, and his reaction slowed down a little. Although he regained his consciousness in the blink of an eye, in a fight between experts, subtle changes were fatal. Yu Yiming threw out a palm, and a large amount of sword will permeated between his 5 fingers. With this palm, Yu Yiming broke through Tianyin's physical defenses. Before Tianyin could use heaven and earth together, Yu Yiming blasted him out of the battle arena and lost the match. Chapter 1687. Too strong. In front of Yu Yiming, Tianyin did not even have the strength to resist. The difference in strength is too obvious. Yes, Tianyin has no complaints about his loss. This kind of difference in strength cannot be made up with trump cards. Witnessing the scene of Yu Yiming defeating Tianyin with a single palm strike, the sky-high spectator stands were filled with gasps. Everyone was shocked by Yu Yiming's shocking strength. 8th day language greater than or equal to equals. Tianyin. Seeing Tianyin fall off the stage, suffering from the backlash of heaven and earth, and his body constantly shattering, Tian Jidao's heart tightened. He immediately flew out of the spectator stands and appeared beside Tianyin at an extremely fast speed. He fed him an elixir to stabilize his injuries. Yu Yiming coldly glanced at the severely injured Tianyin without a trace of pity. His body flashed, and he flew off the stage, returning to the spectator stands. Next, the second match will begin. The white-haired old man in charge of the 100 Battles martial competition looked deeply at Yu Yiming and announced loudly. Compared to the first match, the second match was even more eye-catching. This was because the 2 opponents were the top genius of the Divine Sky Clan, the pinnacle 1-star heavenly god Tianyin, and the top genius of the ancient clan Guhong. Both of them were popular candidates for the championship. Their early encounter caused the atmosphere of the entire sacred battlefield to reach its peak. It was unprecedentedly lively. Guhong, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Tianyin, who was wearing a long white robe, calmly looked at Guhong, who was wearing a dark gray robe. His hair was slightly white, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if they contained infinite energy. Yes, I also didn't expect your luck to be so bad to meet me in the first round, Guhong said in a deep voice. His face was emotionless, making it impossible for others to guess his true thoughts. Guhong, there are rumors in the Void God world that you have cultivated the immovable ancient tree art to the extreme. Today, let me experience the power of this sacred art that has been passed down for countless years. As he spoke, Tianyin seemed to have changed into a different person. Endless spear intent gushed out of his body. The terrifying battle intent caused the entire space to tremble violently. The terrifying aura instantly locked onto the emotionless Guhong. I won't disappoint you. Guhong was like a boulder, standing in place without moving. The powerful aura released by Tian Qingyan did not affect him at all. The immovable ancient tree art. I didn't expect him to have comprehended this legendary divine ability. The war race was inherited from the ancient race. Zhan Wudi had heard of the art of a movable ancient tree and knew how terrifying it was. In the ancient history of the ancient race, there had been peerless geniuses who had successfully cultivated this mystique. Once the immovable ancient art was mastered, its defensive power would reach a terrifying level. Ordinary transcendent saint weapons would not be able to break through the defense of the immovable ancient art. It could be said that if one cultivated the immovable ancient art to the extreme, they would be almost invincible. Brother, do you think senior brother Guhong can win? Zhan Shishir also did not have a good impression of the people from the Tian clan, and really wanted Guhong to have the last laugh. If brother Guhong were to fight someone else, he might have a chance of winning. However, it's hard to say if he's facing Tian Qingyan. Zhan Wudi shook his head. Why? Zhan Shishir asked in confusion. Because he's from the Tian clan, and this 100 battles martial competition is held by the Tian clan. I think the Tian clan must have given him an unimaginable trump card to ensure that he wins. Zhan Wudi took a deep breath and said, Tian Qingyan, Guhong, let me see the true strength of the Void God Realm's top geniuses. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes shot out rays of light. He was full of anticipation for the battle between the two. Battle begin. Following the white-haired old man's command, a sharp spear appeared in Tian Qingyan's hand. He stabbed out, directly tearing through the space of the battle stage and piercing towards Guhong's throat. Looks like Tian Qingyan attaches great importance to this battle. He used the middle-grade, transcendent saint weapon, 8 malevolent battle spear. Of course, although Tian Qingyan's strength is shocking, Guhong is also a 1-star Tao God Almighty. If he doesn't use his full strength, he might fail miserably. Looking at the spear that easily cut through space, many people recognized the origin of the spear. Immovable ancient tree art. Facing Tian Qingyan's spear light, Guhong didn't dodge. Instead, he revolved the immovable ancient tree mantra to the extreme. A towering ancient tree that seemed to stand between the heavens and earth appeared around him, increasing his defensive power. Qi, the 8 malevolent battle spear in Tian Qingyan's hand, clashed with the ancient tree shadows that Guhong had shot out. The terrifying tree shadows constantly neutralized the attack of the 8 malevolent battle spear. Break! Tian Qingyan shouted. Several heaven Tao diagrams appeared around his body, turning into a large number of Tao runes that flowed into the 8 malevolent battle spear, increasing the offensive power of the spear in an attempt to break through the tree shadows. Ka! Under Tian Qingyan's all-out attack, the tree shadows that Guhong had summoned were constantly broken. The terrifying spear light pierced through the tree shadows, continuously attacking Guhong's body. The 8 malevolent battle spear was a middle-grade, transcendent saint weapon. The spear light that it shot out was extremely powerful. However, when it pierced Guhong's body, it was blocked by a layer of bark-like defensive light. It couldn't hurt Guhong at all. Immovable ancient tree art is indeed worthy of its reputation. After witnessing Guhong's defensive power, Tian Qingyan's battle intent intensified. He raised his head and let out a long roar. His entire body leaped up high, deducing a powerful Tao will. He held the 8 malevolent battle spear in his hand and attacked ferociously. He wanted to rely on his absolute attack to break through Guhong's immovable ancient tree art. Tian Qingyan's spear light could pierce through heaven and earth, but Guhong's immovable ancient tree art was even more heaven-defying. As the ancient tree that emerged from Guhong's body swayed continuously, streams of light swept down and fiercely countered Tian Qingyan's spear light, neutralizing his attacks. Immovable ancient tree battle shadow. relying on his absolute defense to block Tian Qingyun's ferocious attacks. Gu Hong's deep eyes suddenly shot out a light that was even more dazzling than the sun. His hands moved quickly, forming a mysterious hand seal that blended with the powerful ancient tree shadows and attacked Tian Qingyun. So. As the ancient tree battle shadows attacked, Tian Qingyun decisively changed his move. The 8 malevolent battle spear in his hand was like a flood dragon in a great river, rolling up and down, constantly piercing through the ancient tree battle shadows and breaking Gu Hong's attacks. Ancient tree towering to the heavens, ancient tree roots. The ancient tree shadows were destroyed by Tian Qingyun's absolute attack. Gu Hong's hands moved again, executing the immovable ancient tree arts, multiplication, offensive divine art. Another towering ancient tree appeared out of thin air, floating above Tian Qingyun's head. Large amounts of ancient roots extended out and attacked Tian Qingyun. In the blink of an eye, the ancient tree roots descended from the sky and formed an unbreakable tree root prison, trapping Tian Qingyun inside. The tree roots that were as tough as Transcendent Saint artifacts attacked his body from all directions. Heaven wheel, break! Being trapped in the root prison, Tian Qingyun immediately spat out a wheel of light that shone with heavenly light. With a shocking force, it struck the root prison, breaking through the thick roots and breaking out of the root prison. Mid-grade Transcendent Saint artifact. Just how many treasures does this Tian Qingyun have? Looking at the heavens while floating above Tian Qingyun's head, releasing a boundless destructive power, the people in the stands all sucked in a deep breath. One had to know that the greatest treasures of the Heaven Domain's major forces were only low-grade, Transcendent Saint artifacts. Mid-grade, Transcendent Saint artifacts were extremely rare in the Heaven Domain, and Tian Qingyun alone had 2 of them. This made many people envious of his birth. After breaking through the ancient tree root prison, Tian Qingyun fused several heaven-grade Dao diagrams into the heaven wheel, increasing its offensive power and attacking Gu Hong. Seeing the heaven wheel's shocking power about to strike Gu Hong's body, Gu Hong suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black ancient tree that looked like a black dragon, blocking the heaven wheel's attack. Black dragon wood. This Gu Hong's natal treasure is actually a black dragon wood. Seeing the black dragon wood that Gu Hong spat out to block the heaven wheel, many great figures recognized the origin of this ancient tree. Black dragon wood was one of the void god world's 10 great ancient trees. Not only did it have great offensive power, it also had the ability to communicate with spirits. Even Dao ancestors would find it difficult to subdue it, but Gu Hong was able to subdue it. It was enough to show that he had gained the recognition of the black dragon wood and was willing to follow him. Gu Hong, you have indeed hidden your strength deeply. It seems that if I want to defeat you, I will need to show my true strength. Looking at the black dragon wood that Gu Hong spat out, Tian Qingyun's battle intent did not diminish. He let out a loud roar and stabbed out with the 8 malevolent battle spear. Chapter 1688. God and Devil World Destroyer Spear. With a thrust of the spear, Tian Qingyun's attack power instantly reached the peak. The terrifying spear light swallowed the aurora and blended with the power of the god and devil as it pierced into the black dragon wood. By Chinese network is almost equal to is not equal to equals. Equals 8 is equal to 1 greater than or equal to z greater than or equal to is almost equal to c less than or equal to o greater than or equal to m is almost equal to ing. After being attacked by Tian Qingyun's spear, the black dragon would emit a series of dragon roars that resounded throughout the sky. A sinister black dragon flew out of the black dragon wood and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Tian Qingyun, who was attacking with all his might. Power of heaven, break! With a wave of his hand, the heaven will broke out of Tian Qingyun's body and smashed into the black dragon wood. The powerful attack shattered the black dragon wood. Deity 100 battle weapons. While Tian Qingyan and Gu Hong were fighting fiercely, Tian Qingyan suddenly changed his moves. He deduced his Tao will to the extreme and executed the Divine Sky Clan's inherited divine skills. In an instant, divine weapons of various shapes and forms with extraordinary power appeared and bombarded Gu Hong. Ancient tree immovable art. Gu Hong took a deep breath and executed the ancient tree immovable art to the extreme, using all his strength to withstand the attacks of the deity 100 battle weapons. Boundless energy radiated from his body. The terrifying attacks caused Gu Hong to lose control of his body and take 3 steps back uncontrollably. Although he lost control of his body, Gu Hong was able to withstand the attacks with the ancient tree immovable art's defense and was not injured. This made the spectators gasp in amazement. They were shocked at how terrifying this movement technique was. What a powerful defense! To be able to withstand Tian Qingyan's attack head-on without being injured. This ancient tree immovable art is indeed one of the 2 peak-level supreme abilities of the ancient race. Zhan Wudi exclaimed, envious of Gu Hong's background. Supreme ability. Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. It could be said that the supreme ability was the most peak-level cultivation technique in the universe. Every supreme ability represented an era and was the trump card of the various races. Haha, satisfying. Today, let me see if your shield is tougher or my spear is sharper. Tian Qingyan didn't expect the ancient races' inherited ancient tree immovable art to have such shocking defense. However, his battle intent didn't decrease. With a loud roar, he continued to attack with the 8 malevolent battle spear. Ancient tree shakes the sky. Gu Hong took a deep breath and suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He controlled the sky-reaching ancient tree to shake violently, forming waves of terrifying energy that disrupted the entire space, resisting Tian Qingyan's spear attacks. Tian Qingyan and Gu Hong's battle shook the heavens and earth, causing the spectators on the viewing platform to feel extremely satisfied. Although Tian Qingyan was still unable to break the ancient tree's immobility spell and did not gain an overwhelming advantage, those with sharp eyes could see that Tian Qingyan was still holding back, not using his most powerful trump card. Heavenly God's 100 battle soldier, 100 soldier slash. After fighting intensely for over an hour, Tian Qingyan, who was full of fighting spirit, once again transformed into hundreds of powerful divine weapons. He controlled these divine weapons and merged them together. With the power of hundreds of divine weapons, they hacked towards the swaying ancient tree in the air. Ka. After receiving the attack of the 100-weapon slash, the illusory ancient tree in front of Gu Hong immediately shattered. Just as the 100-weapon slash was about to land on Gu Hong's body, Gu Hong's life-bound treasure, the black dragonwood, transformed into a lifelike black dragon. With a terrifying draconic might, it smashed through the 100-weapon slash's remnant might and shot towards Tian Qingyan. Unseal power! The strongest attack of the black dragon wood was no small matter. Tian Qingyan did not have a perverse defense like Gu Hong, so he could only use his trump card to counterattack. When he unsealed his body, a powerful energy entered his body, causing his strength to rise steadily, instantly reaching the realm of a 2-star heavenly deity. God and Devil World Annihilation Spear. A majestic shadow of a god and devil appeared on his body. Tian Qingyan thrust out his spear, and the shadow of the god and devil burst out, fusing with the tip of the spear and piercing towards the black dragon wood. Boom, boom, boom. A divine bell seemed to have appeared on the stage, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying sounds of explosions rang out incessantly, and the surging shock waves spread out in all directions, causing the layers of restrictions to tremble unceasingly. The innermost restriction could not withstand the attacks of the 2, and cracks appeared on it. Celestial demon heaven form. When the spear forced the black dragon wood back, Tian Qingyan transformed into a terrifying god and devil. His strength rose sharply once again, and the 8 malevolent spear in his hand pierced through the void, fiercely attacking Guhong. Tian Qingyun's strength has risen again. It seems like he has lost his patience and is preparing to end the battle in one go. Seeing Tian Qingyun's attack increase by dozens of times, many experienced old men in the stands guessed that Tian Qingyun had used his trump card to increase his combat strength. However, facing Tian Qingyun's tide-like attacks, Guhong was like an immovable boulder, borrowing the might of the ancient tree to defend with all his strength. His old-fashioned face did not reveal any expression. Celestial demon heaven form, sky-breaking strike. After a fruitless attack, Tian Qingyun's body fused with the 8 malevolent spear, thrusting out a shocking spear attack. As the spear thrust out, the space of the entire stage began to tremble. The astonishing power overturned rivers and seas, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Immovable ancient tree art, 10 layers of defense. Feeling the terror of Tian Qingyun's spear attack, Guhong circulated the immovable ancient tree art to the extreme and laid down the strongest 10 layers of defense, blocking the attack of the sky-breaking strike. Ka. Receiving the attack of Tian Qingyun's sky-breaking strike, Guhong's 10 layers of defense continuously shattered. The terrifying vibrating power penetrated through the shattered defense and bombarded Guhong's body, causing him to lose control of his body. He was constantly pushed back, slowly approaching the edge of the stage. Guhong was forced back by Tian Qingyun's sky-breaking strike, but the strongest defense of the immovable ancient tree art was still intact, and Guhong only suffered light injuries. This allowed everyone to see how terrifying the supreme divine ability of the ancient race was. After successfully pushing Guhong to the edge of the stage, Tian Qingyun's attack did not slow down. He continued to attack with the 8 malevolent spear, suppressing Guhong with all his strength, not giving him a chance to breathe. He wanted to use more and more powerful attacks to force Guhong out of the battle arena and obtain victory in this fierce battle. Ancient tree against the heavens. Seeing that he was about to fall out of the stage, Guhong did not hesitate to burn his powerful saint spirit, increasing his strength to the extreme. The towering ancient tree merged with the black dragonwood, twisting the heavens and distorting the space, bombarding Tian Qingyun, wanting to force him back. The power of Guhong's attack was earth-shattering, shocking everyone in the stands. However, Tian Qingyun did not dodge this attack, because if he retreated, all his efforts would be in vain. Celestial demon form, void of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Tian Qingyun's attack power also soared. He displayed the strongest move of the celestial demon form. A single spear strike caused the space in front of him to turn into nothingness, meeting Guhong's ancient tree against the heavens. Boom! The 2 powerful attacks collided, and the explosive force caused the space to collapse, shattering the 4 layers of energy barriers with extremely strong defensive power. The arena, which was made of special materials, shook violently. When the dust settled, the cracks in the space repaired themselves. The spectators saw that Tian Qingyun was standing on the stage with a pale face, while Guhong was knocked out of the stage by the terrifying collision force, losing the battle. Chapter 1689. Senior brother Guhong lost. He still couldn't create a miracle and defeat Tian Qingyun. Zhan Wudi sighed softly as he looked at Guhong, who was not seriously injured after falling out of the arena. He felt sorry for Guhong's failure. By Chinese network equals is almost equal to, less than or equal to. Although Guhong lost the battle, his powerful defense still shocked everyone present. If it wasn't for Tian Qingyun's heaven-defying attack, Guhong, who had cultivated the ancient tree immovable art to its peak, would have been in an invincible position. Huff, it's my turn. After seeing the fierce battle between Tian Qingyun and Guhong, Yi Chenfeng had a general understanding of the strength of the Void God World's geniuses. He slowly stood up. Brother Yi, the demon race is known for their attack power. If we were to compare pure attack power, I'm afraid Mo Yi Chen's attack power is above Tian Qingyun's. Be careful when you fight. Zhan Wudi had some understanding of Mo Yi Chen. When Yi Qinfeng was about to enter the stage, he immediately warned him, I'll be careful. After comprehending the 5th layer of space law, Yi Qinfeng's 100-layer seal defense was even stronger. Moreover, he had cultivated to the 3rd layer of the battle physique. His body was comparable to a high-grade, true spirit saint tool, and after burning his Grand Mist bloodline, his body had reached the peak of a supreme grade, true spirit saint tool. Adding on the defense of the golden glazed armor, it would not be easy for Mo Yi Chen to injure him. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng stepped into the void. Under the gazes of many pairs of eyes, he slowly walked toward the battle stage. Yi Chen finished the battle. Try to preserve your trump cards. Although Yi Qinfeng had obtained 1st place in the preliminary round, almost no one believed in him, and no one was optimistic about him. The demon race expert glanced at Yi Qinfeng with disdain and transmitted his voice. Don't worry. Half an incense's time is enough to kill an ant like him. Mo Yi Chen's cold face revealed a thick killing intent. He didn't put Yi Qinfeng in his eyes at all. Yi Qinfeng, your good luck is over. You're dead for sure now that you've met Mo Yi Chen. After losing to Yi Qinfeng and losing the qualifications to enter the finals, Tian Wufa gnashed his teeth. He was looking forward to the scene of Yi Qinfeng's blood splattering everywhere. No. Do you think Mo Yi Chen will definitely win? Tian Qingyun slowly asked as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was standing proudly on the battle stage without a trace of fear on his face. Big bro, you don't think that Yi Qinfeng will have the last laugh, do you? Tian Wufa asked in surprise. That Yi Qinfeng didn't just rely on luck to defeat all of us and win 1st place in the preliminaries. Tian Qingyun spoke slowly. According to Huang Wutian, he fought Yi Qinfeng in the battle Saint Domain. Even though he said that he was absolutely confident in his ability to defeat Yi Qinfeng was only a 5-star Dao Lord at that time. Yet now he's a 6-star Dao Lord. Even though Yi Qinfeng has broken through by refining heavenly energy, there's still an insurmountable gap between him and Mo Yi Chen. Tian Wufa spoke with an unconvinced tone. Even though that's the case, do you think that Yi Qinfeng used all his trump cards when he faced Huang Wutian? Tian Qingyun spoke slowly. I think that Yi Qinfeng isn't simple at all. He probably has a 40% chance of winning against Mo Yi Chen, while Yi Qinfeng has a 60% chance of winning. Impossible. I absolutely don't believe that Yi Qinfeng has any hope of defeating Mo Yi Chen. Tian Wufa shook his head and refuted. Then let's wait and see. Tian Qingyun took a sip of tea that was suffused with faint spirit energy, and then he gazed at Yi Qinfeng with a burning gaze as he spoke slowly. It's your misfortune to have encountered me, because I'll kill you with my own hands. Mo Yi Chen, who was wearing a black robe and exuding a thick, murderous aura, coldly glared at Yi Qinfeng as he spoke. What? Some of the so-called geniuses in the void god world also like to kill with their mouths? Yi Qinfeng sneered as he retorted. I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. I hope that you'll still have the strength to joke later. Mo Yi Chen said in a low voice as his eyes became colder and colder. Get ready. Let the match begin. The white-haired old man glanced at the two who were opposing each other as he loudly announced. Whoosh! Just as the white-haired old man's voice faded, Yi Qinfeng and Mo Yi Chen moved at the same time. They transformed into 2 illusory afterimages as they collided with each other at an astonishing speed. Boom! Yi Qinfeng's over 10 billion gene of strength exploded. The terrifying power was like an erupting volcano as it ruthlessly bombarded Mo Yi Chen, neutralizing his attack. What a powerful strength! Mo Yi Chen mainly cultivated the Tao of slaughter, and his physical body was equally terrifying. However, When he clashed head-on with Yi Qinfeng, he was unable to gain the slightest advantage, causing him to reveal a surprised expression. After clashing head-on, they were evenly matched. The two changed their moves at the same time, blasting out terrifying fists as they collided. Dong! 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 Every time their fists collided, a deafening explosion would occur as a large amount of sparks blossomed in front of the two. Ancestral art of slaughter. The two of them fiercely clashed for more than 20 fists, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Mo Yichen decisively used the ancestral art of the devil race that had been passed down for countless years, condensing a black halo filled with killing intent that increased his battle prowess. Boom! Mo Yichen, whose battle prowess had soared, blasted out a fist. The terrifying power instantly suppressed Yi Qinfeng's strength, forcibly pushing him back. What a terrifying killing intent! The 8-Sha Azura art that Yi Qinfeng had comprehended was similar to Mo Yichen's ancestral art of slaughter, but the difference in power was too great. In order to condense this halo of slaughter, Mo Yichen had killed countless people. Undead spirit pearl, devour! Feeling a large amount of death qi breaking through his defense and entering his body, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the undead spirit pearl to devour the death qi in his body. He then summoned the Cosmos Sword Array, transforming it into a rain of swords that flew towards Mo Yichen. Traceless Devil Blade. As the dense rain of Cosmos swords flew towards Mo Yichen, a huge blade as black as ink appeared in Mo Yichen's hand. With a slash, the devil qi and the Tao of slaughter fused together, cleaving apart the rain of Cosmos swords and slashing towards Yi Qinfeng with astonishing might. Heaven-grade sword spirit. With a thought, Yi Qinfeng's heaven-grade sword spirit flew out of his sea of soul, transforming into a 1-meter-long sword, and shattered the traceless devil blade's murderous blade light. Heavens, that Yi Qinfeng is really not simple. The sword spirit he condensed is actually on the verge of transforming into a saint-grade sword spirit. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's heaven-grade sword spirit emitting a faint red light, the towering grandstand was filled with gasps of astonishment at Yi Qinfeng's cultivation of sword Tao. Cosmos Sword Array, Cosmos Strike. Yi Qinfeng controlled the heaven-grade sword spirit to fuse into the Cosmos Sword Array, amplifying its offensive power and transforming it into a 10-meter-long giant sword with powerful Tao intent that slashed towards Mo Yichen. As the Cosmos Sword Array slashed towards Yi Qinfeng, Mo Yichen's body surged with a terrifying murderous aura. Holding the traceless devil blade in his hand, he slashed forward, relying on his powerful offensive power to break apart the Cosmos Sword Array and neutralize Yi Qinfeng's attack. Your offensive power is not bad, but you're still far from being able to defeat me. Mo Yichen roared, "Now it's my turn to attack." Saying this, he deduced the ancestral slaughtering skill to the extreme, condensing 2 more murderous halos, and continued to amplify his battle strength. Holding the traceless devil blade in his hand, he fiercely attacked Yi Qinfeng. Mo Yichen's forte was offense, and with the amplification of the 3 murderous halos, his offensive power had reached an extremely terrifying level. With a slash of his blade, the space was torn apart, and the terrifying blade light was like a waterfall falling from the sky, again and again, slashing apart the Cosmos Sword Array and fiercely attacking Yi Qinfeng, completely suppressing his offensive and forcing him to retreat step by step. "Big brother," I said that Yi Qinfeng is just an embroidered pillow. He's definitely not Mo Yichen's opponent. Yi Qinfeng, who was forced to the edge of the stage by Mo Yichen's ferocious attacks, was about to lose the match, showed a relieved smile. But just as his voice fell, Yi Qinfeng decisively fused the Divine Blood Bead and Chaos Element Bead, and instantly raised his strength to 1 star, Tao God Realm. In the next moment, he summoned the Demon Sealing Sword engraved with 100 ancestral runes, and slashed towards Mo Yichen with a heaven-splitting momentum. When the demon-sealing sword and traceless devil's saber collided, the invincible sword intent from the demon-sealing sword forcibly shattered traceless devil's saber's attack. The terrifying power forced Moe-chen to take 3 steps back. Chapter 1690. Moe-chen was forced back. Yi Qinfeng was indeed hiding his strength. Interesting. I thought it would be a one-sided battle. I didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to have such ability. Seeing Moe-chen being forced back by Yi Qinfeng's sword, the spectators were shocked. As for Xia, Wendy, and Lingyu, they felt relieved. How is this possible? How could that little bastard force back Moe-chen at the last moment? The smile on Tian Wufa's face froze. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Wufa, let me test your eyesight. Through your observation, what grade do you think the sword in Yi Qinfeng's hand is? Tian Qingyun's eyes glowed as he stared at the demon-sealing sword that was engraved with the ancestral runes of reproduction. Could it be a mid-grade, transcendent saint artifact? Tian Wufa carefully observed and felt that the demon-sealing sword was extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, his sword is engraved with ancestral runes. I'm afraid its grade has surpassed mid-grade, transcendent saint artifact and reached high-grade, transcendent saint artifact, Tian Qingyun said. High-grade, transcendent saint artifact. That's impossible. High-grade, transcendent saint artifacts were extremely precious in the void god world. They were all in the hands of great figures of various races. Juniors like them simply couldn't possess them. This Yi Qinfeng isn't simple. Maybe he came from the void god world like us. Tian Qingyun stared at Yi Qinfeng and felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious. But if he came from the void god world, why haven't we seen him before? Tian Wufa doubtfully asked. The void god world is too big. There are too many hidden experts. Maybe this Yi Qinfeng is a disciple of a rogue cultivator from the void god world. Tian Qingyun pondered for a moment and guessed Yi Qinfeng's identity. While the two brothers were talking, Moe-chen and Yi Qinfeng were like 2 bright meteors that collided once again. In the sky above the stage, fiery sparks surged out. In this attack, Moe-chen activated the 3 killing halos to the extreme. His attack power soared several times, but it was still blocked by Yi Qinfeng's demon-sealing sword. Sword of the ethereal great Tao. After blocking Moe-chen's killing move, Yi Qinfeng followed up with another attack. 4 heaven-grade Tao diagrams appeared around him. With a slash of his sword, the 4 Tao diagrams entered the devil-sealing sword, transforming into an invincible sword Tao that shattered the void and slashed towards Moe-chen. When Moe-chen relied on his absolute attack to forcefully break through the misty sword of the great Tao, Yi Qinfeng's entire body suddenly increased in speed. His entire person turned into a matchless sword light that pierced towards Moe-chen's throat. When Moe-chen blocked Yi Qinfeng's attack with his traceless demonic saber, a force of over 10 billion jin erupted. It passed through the traceless heavy saber and into his arms, causing his arms to go numb, and he was forced to take a step back. Heaven-class sword soul, slash! After repelling Moe-chen, Yi Qinfeng's attack didn't slow down. He raised his attack power to the extreme and fiercely attacked Moe-chen. The tide-like attacks suppressed Moe-chen for a short period of time. The devil race was known for their slaughter. There were even rumors that Moe-chen's attack power was above Tian Qingyun's. But now, Yi Qinfeng relied on his absolute attack power to suppress Moe-chen. This shocking scene stunned the audience in the stands, causing them to constantly cry out in surprise. Cosmos sword formation, Cosmos strike! While Moe-chen was constantly deducing the ancestral art of slaughter to dissolve Yi Qinfeng's tide-like attacks, the Cosmos sword formation floating above Yi Qinfeng's head once again fused together, turning into an invincible Cosmos sword that slashed towards him with a heaven-splitting momentum. Boom! The space above Mo Chen's head violently trembled as a large number of cracks appeared above his head. A terrifying power crazily attacked Mo Chen's body, forcing him to take 3 steps back. His blood and qi roiled. Yi Qinfeng, I've underestimated you. Looks like you're worthy of me using my trump card to deal with you. Mo Chen forcibly suppressed the blood that was about to burst out of his mouth. He no longer dared to hold back and used his trump card to increase his strength. Slaughter bead, fuse! With a thought, Mo Chen fused with the slaughter bead, a middle-grade, transcendent saint treasure, rapidly increasing his strength. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen's strength surpassed that of a 1-star demon god and reached the peak of the 2-star demon god realm. The 3 halos of slaughter became even more terrifying, dyeing the void black. Die! Mo Chen roared and slashed towards Yi Qinfeng with shocking devil qi, wanting to kill him in one go. Primordial bloodline, ignite! Mo Chen used his trump card. Yi Qinfeng also ignited his powerful primordial bloodline in an instant, forcibly raising his strength to that of a 2-star Dao god and holding the demon sealing sword to meet Mo Chen's attack head-on. Boom! The 2 of them met head-on and were once again evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. How could this be? Mo Chen thought that by using his trump card, he would be able to turn the tide and defeat Yi Qinfeng with an overwhelming advantage. However, after meeting Yi Qinfeng's attack head-on, he found that Yi Qinfeng's strength was not weaker than his. This made him shocked at Yi Qinfeng's foundation. Mo Chen, I heard that you're good at attacking. Let's compete and see whose attack is more terrifying. Yi Qinfeng controlled the heaven-grade sword soul and fused it into the demon sealing sword, forcibly activating the 100 ancestral runes in the demon sealing sword. Then he deduced the 4 heaven-grade Dao diagrams to the extreme and attacked Mo Chen with all his might with the demon sealing sword. No way. Do you think Mo Chen will win now? Tian Qingyan looked at the 2 of them fighting fiercely and revealed a strange smile. How could that little bastard's foundation be so deep? Tian Qingyan couldn't accept that Yi Qinfeng hadn't even used his full strength when defeating him. He felt an intense sense of humiliation. As I said, Yi Qinfeng didn't just rely on luck to suppress all of us. His strength can't be underestimated, Tian Qingyan slowly said. However, that Mo Chen isn't simple either. If he uses the most powerful attack inheritance of the ancestral massacre art, even I will have a headache. Just as Yi Qinfeng and Mo Chen were fighting fast and strong, Mo Chen flew up and fused with the traceless devil saber. Activating the strongest killing Dao, he slashed at Yi Qinfeng like a terrifying spatial fissure. True dragon transformation. Mo Chen and his weapon became one as they tore through space. Yi Qinfeng pushed his strength to the limit, erupting with nearly 40 billion gene of strength. He turned into a blood-red dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, releasing an awe-inspiring dragon roar as it met the attack. Dragon? Could this Yi Qinfeng be from the Dragon Clan? Seeing Yi Qinfeng turn into a blood-red dragon and meet Mo Chen's attack, many people were so shocked that they stood up. How is this possible? The Dragon Clan sealed off the Dragon World because of internal strife. How could a Dragon Clan genius participate in the 100 Battles Martial Assembly? Tian Qingyan's eyes widened, and his handsome face revealed a look of disbelief. Tian Qingyan's brows also furrowed, as if he was thinking of something. Boom! 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 Deafening sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. Yi Qinfeng's blood-red dragon and Mo Chen's demonic saber clashed fiercely in the air above the martial stage. The terrifying power formed an endless storm that swept through the sky, causing space to become chaotic. The terrifying power instantly shattered the 2 layers of defensive seals. After about 10 breaths of time, Yi Qinfeng's blood-red dragon and Mo Yichen's demonic saber shattered at the same time. The two of them were like kites with their strings cut as they fell from the sky and smashed into the martial stage. They were evenly matched. Chapter 1691. Very good. I didn't expect you to be from the dragon race. Mo Yichen crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood from his mouth. He had misunderstood Yi Qinfeng's identity. Yi Qinfeng didn't explain too much. He took a deep breath and suppressed the surging aura in his body. Holding the demon sealing sword in his hand, he continued to attack Mo Yichen. Although Yi Qinfeng was also injured, his physical body was too strong. His injuries were not as serious as Mo Yichen's. In addition, with the help of his Grand Mist bloodline, his physical strength was close to 40 billion gene. Relying on his physical strength, it was enough to crush Mo Yichen. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Yichen held the traceless devil blade in his hand and blocked Yi Qinfeng's 3 consecutive attacks. The terrifying power passed through the thick, traceless devil blade and into his arms, causing severe numbness to appear on his arms. His body was also pushed back by Yi Qinfeng's explosive power. Heavens, the one who has the last laugh in this battle won't be Yi Qinfeng, right? If Mo Yichen doesn't have a trump card to turn the tide, he might really lose to Yi Qinfeng. Seeing Mo Yichen being forced back by Yi Qinfeng, the spectators were shocked by his shocking strength. The original ridicule and ridicule were all replaced by exclamations. Ancestral slaughter art, I am the god of slaughter. Unable to withstand Yi Qinfeng's explosive power, Mo Yichen didn't hesitate to burn his powerful saint spirit, borrowing the power of the saint spirit to activate the ancestral slaughter art. For a moment, boundless killing intent erupted from Mo Yichen's body. An invincible god of slaughter appeared on his body, further increasing his strength. Mo Yichen is finally going all out. The outcome of this match is about to be decided. If Mo Yichen can't defeat Yi Qinfeng even after using his trump card, then his momentum will be gone. Tian Qingyun slowly said as he looked at Mo Yichen, who had turned into a killing god. Big brother, who do you think will win now? Although he didn't want to believe it, Heaven Powerless had no choice but to admit that Yi Qinfeng was stronger than him. I think Yi Qinfeng has an 80% chance of winning, while Mo Yichen only has a 20% chance. Although Mo Yichen, who had ignited his saint spirit and activated the massacre ancestral art, was extremely terrifying, Tian Qingyun didn't see any trace of panic on Yi Qinfeng's face. This gave him a feeling that Yi Qinfeng still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Let me send you to hell. Mo Yichen's entire body was filled with a terrifying killing intent. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind as he glared fiercely at Yi Qinfeng. What? You're still daydreaming even now. Yi Qinfeng sneered and ignited 2 true spirit sacred flames, increasing his strength once more. Slaughtering demon slash. Mo Yichen roared. The 3 killing halos merged with the will of the way that he was rapidly deducing, turning into a black, demonic blade that stretched across the sky, slashing towards Yi Qinfeng. As the saber slashed down, the space where the demonic saber slashed down cracked. The terrifying saber intent poured down, making Yi Qinfeng feel breathless. 100 layers space seal. Facing Mo Yichen's slaughtering demon slash, Yi Qinfeng didn't face it head-on. Instead, he borrowed the power of space to form 100 space seals in front of him to block the slaughtering demon slash. Ka. When the slaughtering demon slash landed on the 100-layer space seals in front of Yi Qinfeng, it instantly shattered dozens of space seals. However, Yi Qinfeng had cultivated the law of space to the 5th level, and the 100-layer space seal's defensive power was extremely strong, completely blocking Mo Yichen's killing move. Mo Yichen, is this what you're relying on? Yi Qinfeng sneered. You can't even break my attack. So how are you going to defeat me? Slaughtering double demon slash. Mo Chen's face changed. He didn't expect Yi Qinfeng to have such a heaven-defying trump card. He once again deduced the slaughtering ancestral art, turning it into 2 demonic slashes. Although the slaughtering demon slash's offensive power had doubled, it still couldn't break Yi Qinfeng's 100-layer space seal, and couldn't injure Yi Qinfeng in the slightest. *CK. This Yi Qinfeng is too heaven-defying. Yeah, this Yi Qinfeng's offensive power isn't inferior to Mo Chen's, and his defensive power isn't inferior to Guhong's. In addition to his unfathomable speed, he's practically flawless. Slaughtering triple demon slash. Mo Chen didn't give up. He quickly deduced the ancestral art of slaughter and condensed 3 demonic slashes that pierced through the sky. They were like spatial rifts that tore through space, slashing towards Yi Qinfeng with the power to destroy the heavens. Kachacha! In this attack, Mo Chen's slaughtering triple demon slash completely broke through Yi Qinfeng's 100-layer space seal. However, the instant the 100-layer space seal was broken, Yi Qinfeng stepped out with sword steps, displaying an unfathomable speed as he appeared in the void. Seizing the opportunity when Mo Chen was exhausted, he launched a fierce counterattack. Boundless 3-foot sword. A sword appeared in the sky as the 3-foot divine sword slashed down. The terrifying sword might evolved into the boundless Grand Tao, swallowing heaven and earth as it slashed towards Mo Chen, forcibly interrupting his deduction of the slaughtering ancestral art and forcing him to defend with all his might. When Mo Chen relied on his absolute offensive power to forcefully break through Yi Qinfeng's boundless 3-foot sword, Yi Qinfeng's foot distorted the void as he appeared above Mo Chen's head, stomping down on him with an incomparably tyrannical kick. With a single stomp, all living things wailed. The terrifying tyrannical kick evolved into profound Tao runes, bringing with it the power of millions of genes. With a stomp, it broke Mo Chen's hasty attack and sent him crashing to the ground. Tyrannical kick! After injuring Mo Chen with one stomp, Yi Qinfeng continued to stomp down. The ferocious attacks transformed into gigantic footprints that unceasingly stomped on Mo Chen's body, aggravating his injuries. Slaughtering demonic pearl, break for me! When had Mo Chen ever suffered such humiliation? With a furious roar, he summoned the slaughtering demonic pearl to shatter Yi Qinfeng's overlord sword and continued to attack Yi Qinfeng. Cosmos sword formation. Slash! Yi Qinfeng controlled the heaven-grade sword soul to fuse with the Cosmos sword formation, activating the strongest attack of the Cosmos sword formation, transforming it into a gigantic sword to block the slaughtering demonic pearl's attack. When the gigantic sword shook the slaughtering demonic pearl, Yi Qinfeng relied on his powerful defense to tear through the layers of berserk power and approached Mo Chen, launching a ferocious attack. Yi Qinfeng used one hand to display the profound sword Tao, while the other hand burst forth with nearly 40 billion genes of power. The tidal wave of attacks forced Mo Chen to retreat step by step, forcing him to the edge of the stage. 4 demonic slaughtering slash. Seeing Mo Chen being forced out of the stage by Yi Qinfeng's increasingly powerful attacks, Mo Chen ignored his injuries and forcefully condensed 4 demonic slaughtering slashes, sealing the space in front of him and slashing towards Yi Qinfeng with all his strength. Spatial 100 layers restriction. Yi Qinfeng once again borrowed the power of space to form 100 layers of restrictions in front of him, blocking the 4 demonic slaughtering slash. Ethereal Grand Tao sword. When Mo Chen used the 4 demonic slaughtering slash to forcefully cut through the spatial 100 layers restriction, Yi Qinfeng once again approached Mo Chen, using the 4 heaven-grade Tao diagrams to slash out an ethereal Grand Tao that contained boundless Tao connotation. PFFF. Mo Chen couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Yi Qinfeng's ethereal Grand Tao sword. Although his lower-grade Transcendent Saint battle armor had neutralized the majority of the attack, He was still injured by the sword light that contained the Grand Tao Might. Spitting out a large amount of blood, he fell to the edge of the stage. Sigh. Mo Yichen's momentum is gone. There's nothing he can do now. Tian Qingyin looked at the heavily injured Mo Yichen, shook his head, and slowly said, "I'll take your life. 5 demonic slaughtering /." Seeing that he was about to lose the battle, Mo Yichen stimulated all the potential in his body and slashed out his strongest attack. 5 demonic sabers that stretched across heaven and earth fell from the sky, twisting the void, wanting to cleave Yi Qinfeng in half. Dimensional slash. The moment Mo Yichen used his strongest attack, Yi Qinfeng waved his arm and forcibly tore apart the space above Mo Yichen's head, summoning a dimensional slash to slash at him. Normally, with Mo Yichen's strength, he could easily shatter the dimensional slash, but now he had forcibly used the 5 demonic slaughtering slash, and his body was severely injured. He was completely in a weakened state and couldn't resist the dimensional slash. PFFF. Mo Yichen was struck by the dimensional slash that fell from the sky and heavily fell off the stage, losing the battle. His 5 demonic slaughtering slash was easily dodged by Yi Qinfeng's sword steps, failing to cause any damage to Yi Qinfeng. Chapter 1692. Lost. Mo Yichen really lost. Looking at the heavily injured Mo Yichen, many people still couldn't believe that Mo Yichen, one of the favorites to win the championship, would lose. Big brother, your eyes are sharp. This Yi Qinfeng hid his strength very well. Tian Wudi sighed softly. Wudi, how much of his strength do you think Yi Qinfeng used to defeat Mo Yichen? Tian Qingyin stared at Yi Qinfeng and asked slowly, Why? Big brother, do you think that Yi Qinfeng didn't use his full strength? Yi Qinfeng defeating Mo Yichen was already shocking enough. If he still held back, it would be too terrifying. He definitely didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, Mo Yichen wouldn't have suffered such light injuries. Tian Qingyin said, I just don't know what his final trump card is. Brother Qingfeng, I knew you would win. When Yi Qinfeng stepped into the void and returned to the battle arena, the spirit fish hugged him and said excitedly, Brother Yi, you are really too strong. Even Mo Yichen wasn't your opponent. You will be rewarded handsomely if you enter the top 4. Zhan Wudi was convinced by Yi Qinfeng's strength and said with admiration, I'm not interested in the top 4's rewards. I only want Ancestor Dan and Chaos Stone. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. Zhan Wudi, all right, now it's time for the final battle of the top 4. The white-haired old man presiding over the 100 battles martial meet didn't think that Yi Qinfeng would have the last laugh. He looked at him deeply and announced in a loud voice, Yusin, don't worry, just fight with your full strength. Although Ling Yusin had broken through to 1-star Dao God realm with the help of the Chaos Lotus, there was still a big gap between her and Huang Wuqian. It would be very difficult for her to defeat Huang Wuqian. Don't worry, Sister Bing, I will do my best. Ling Yusin slowly stood up and exchanged glances with Yu Yeming, who was not far away. She emitted a 7-colored light, as if she was a fairy from the heavens. She slowly walked onto the battle arena and looked at the burly Huang Wuqian, who was surrounded by a terrifying power. It's going to be another fierce battle. I wonder who will have the last laugh. I do hope that Ling Yusin can win. After all, she is from the alien battlefield. It's difficult. Huang Wuqian and Tian Qingyin are known as the 2 most outstanding individuals of this generation of the celestial race. Moreover, it's rumored that Huang Wuqian once refined a large success stage god fiend and used the god fiend's blood to refine his body, giving him the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. Looking at the 2 people who were exuding powerful auras and fiercely rebuking each other, many people were guessing who would have the last laugh. However, more people were optimistic about Huang Wuqian. Ling Yusin, what a charming woman. Tian Qingyin could not help but sigh as he looked at the beautiful Ling Yusin, who was wearing a white martial arts suit. Her tall and slender body was surrounded by the runes of the great Tao. "Why, big brother, are you interested in this woman?" Tian Wufa revealed an ambiguous smile. "Wufa, don't underestimate Ling Yusin. Her identity is not simple. If the information I received is correct, she is the new saintess of the Kunlun Holy Land." Tian Qingyan revealed an important piece of information. The saintess of the Kunlun Holy Land. Tian Wufa raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the Void God realm, there were only two holy lands of the human race, the Ascension Palace and the Kunlun Holy Land. However, these two holy lands of the human race were extremely powerful and had stood tall in the Void God realm for countless years. If Ling Yusin was the saintess of the Kunlun Holy Land, there must be something special about her. While Tian Qingyan and Tian Wufa were talking about Ling Yusin, the last battle of the day began. "It's your misfortune to have met me because I will not go easy on you." As he spoke, Huang Wutian exploded with a shocking power, holding the sky piercer that weighed several 100 million jin. He attacked Ling Yusin with a terrifying physical strength. Heaven-defying Bao. Huang Wutian attacked with a shocking momentum. Ling Yusin immediately summoned the treasure of the heaven-defying palace, the heaven-defying Bao of the heaven-defying palace. She deduced a powerful Tao will and pulled the bowstring, shooting a meteor-like light arrow towards Huang Wutian. Bang! As the light arrow approached, Huang Wutian's pupils immediately shrank into the most dangerous pinhole shape. He waved the sky piercer fiercely, and the halberd shattered the light arrow's attack. After that, Ling Yusin continued to pull the heaven-defying Bao, shooting out meteor-like light arrows towards Huang Wutian. She wanted to use the power of the heaven-defying Bao to restrain Huang Wutian and find a chance to defeat him. Huang Wutian's offensive was greatly suppressed by the continuous attacks of the heaven-defying light arrows. Although he waved the sky piercer with all his strength to shatter the heaven-defying light arrows, the powerful aftershock of the heaven-defying light arrows still forced him to retreat. Celestial Demon Tyrant Body. Huang Wutian was infuriated to be countered by Ling Yusin's heaven-defying Bao right from the start. He no longer held back and executed the Heaven Emperor race's inherited divine ability. He transformed into the strongest physique of the Heaven Emperor race, the Celestial Overlord physique. While his body expanded rapidly, his physical strength also increased steadily. Soon, it reached 30 billion jin of strength. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Heaven-Breaking Halberd. After transforming into the powerful Celestial Demon Tyrant Body, Huang Wutian jumped up high, and the sky piercer in his hand shone with a dazzling light. He slashed down with the halberd, and a deep trench appeared in the chaotic space. The terrifying halberd shadow shattered the light arrows like a hot knife through butter and slashed towards Ling Yusin. Heaven-defying art. The Tao will in Ling Yusin's body rapidly evolved. Her slender hands moved quickly and continuously formed seals to attack the halberd shadow. She forcefully broke Huang Wutian's attack. So powerful! Those who have the strength to enter the finals of the 100 Battles competition are indeed experts. Witnessing the scene of Ling Yusin breaking Huang Wutian's attack, many people were shocked by Ling Yusin's shocking strength. Big brother Qingfeng, do you think Sister Yusin can win? Ling Yusin blinked her big eyes and looked at Ling Yusin, who was showing off her strength, and asked softly. Difficult. Yi Qinfeng had fought with Huang Wutian before, and he knew how terrifying his strength was. It could be said that if Yu Yeming and Ling Yusin did not appear, he would have to use the life spirit technique to stand a chance against Huang Wutian. Desolate Stone, Strength Amplification. Huang Wutian's attack was broken again, and he was completely infuriated. He immediately merged with the middle-grade Transcendent Saint treasure, Desolate Stone, and doubled his strength and realm. He exploded with over 60 billion jin of strength and slashed at Ling Yusin with his sky piercer. Huang Wutian's strength increased again, and it brought great danger to Ling Yusin. She had no choice but to deduce the heaven-defying art to the extreme, and use the rainbow feather plume to face the attack. Boom! 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 The two of them used all their strength to fight fiercely in the battle arena. The terrifying collision constantly created destructive sounds that reverberated in the battle arena. Heaven-defying bow, triple kill. The two of them fought fiercely for more than an hour, and Ling Yusin's attacks were gradually suppressed by Huang Wutian. She took a deep breath and spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood into the heaven-defying bow, activating the strongest attack of the bow. 3 extremely powerful light arrows that could pierce through the void were shot at Huang Wutian. Xian Tian Divine Cannon, Heaven's Punishment. Huang Wutian roared and performed the strongest attack of the Xian Tian Divine Cannon. The Xian Tian Godly Scripture was a supreme divine power, and it was extremely powerful. With Huang Wutian's current strength, it was extremely strenuous for him to unleash the heavenly punishment. However, when he unleashed it with all his might, the entire space of the stage changed drastically. The terrifying Xian Tian punishment swept through the entire space, destroying the 3 heaven-defying light arrows that shot towards him and attacking Ling Yusin, whose expression changed drastically. Heaven-defying art, defend! The 3 light arrows were instantly shattered, and Ling Yusin, who smelled the dense threat of death, quickly circulated the heaven-defying art, forming a defensive light wall in front of her to defend against the heaven's punishment. However, the Xian Tian Divine Cannon was too powerful, and the heaven's punishment was unstoppable. Ling Yusin's defensive light wall continued to shatter. Poof! The defensive light wall shattered, and Ling Yusin was bombarded by the heaven's punishment. She lost control of her body and fell out of the battle arena, losing the battle. Yusin! Yu Yeming's expression changed as he instantly appeared below the battle arena. He helped the pale Ling Yusin up and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ling Yusin took a deep breath and squeezed out a pale smile. She slowly stood up from Yu Yeming's embrace. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to have a treasure in your body that could negate most of the heaven's punishment." Looking at the injured Ling Yusin, the overbearing Huang Wutian revealed a surprised expression. If Ling Yusin didn't have a defensive trump card, the heaven's punishment from the Xian Tian Divine Cannon would have taken away half of her life. "Huang Wutian, I will avenge Yusin." Yu Yeming looked at Huang Wutian with a sharp gaze and said coldly, "Haha, I'll wait for you." Huang Wutian laughed arrogantly. P.S. WeChat's public account is about to reach 1,000 members. Everyone add me. Public account, YLTY83. Chapter 1693. Alright, today's competition is officially over. Next, we'll draw lots for the semifinals. The semifinals will be held 1 month later. With that said, for white balls of light floated out of the old man's hand for Yi Qinfeng and the others to choose from. By Chinese Network what? 248 1/1Z. C1. The 4 of them condensed a giant hand of Will of the Way and snatched away a light ball. After crushing it, the situation of the semifinals immediately appeared on the light wall, floating above the sacred battlefield. The first match was between Yu Yiming and Tian Qinyin. The second match was between Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wutian. Let's go back to the lakeside house. Although Huang Wutian had defeated Ling Yusin and displayed shocking strength, and Yi Qinfeng had once been forced back by Huang Wutian, things were different now. Yi Qinfeng was still confident that he could defeat Huang Wutian in the semifinals and enter the finals. Yi Qinfeng, I didn't expect that we would meet again. No one can help you now. When Yi Qinfeng left the 100 Battles sacred battlefield, he coincidentally bumped into Huang Wutian. Looking at his opponent in the semi-finals, Huang Wutian revealed a sinister smile. Yi Qinfeng ignored Huang Wutian's provocation. He didn't even look at Huang Wutian as he left with Xiao and Dai, Ling Yu and the rest. Yi Qinfeng's group had just returned to the small lakeside house with a pleasant scenery that gave people an inexplicable sense of security when Yu Yeming, Ling Yusin, and the others returned as well. Brother Yi, congratulations on entering the semi-finals. How confident are you in defeating Huang Wutian? Yu Yeming asked after congratulating Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was not clear about Huang Wutian's final trump card, so he thought for a moment and said conservatively, well, about 60%. Then, if I give this to Brother Yi, how confident are you in defeating Huang Wutian? Although Yu Yeming wanted to personally defeat Huang Wutian, he didn't have the confidence to defeat Tian Qinyin. Thus, he was prepared to give Yi Qinfeng an opportunity to help him defeat Huang Wutian. This is Royal Dragon, Divine Bloodwood. Staring at the dragon-shaped ancient tree that Yu Yeming had taken out, God Devourer's mind immediately filled with information about this tree. It was as thick as a child's arm, more than half a meter long, and completely golden in color. The Royal Dragon Divine Blood Tree was second only to the 3 great divine trees and the 10 great ancient trees. It was a top sacred object in the universe. It was born by absorbing the blood of the royal dragon. The tree contained pure royal dragon blood, and its value was comparable to a half-ancestor pellet. That's right, this is the divine blood wood of the royal dragon. I obtained it by chance in a place of fortune in the void god realm. If Brother Yi refines it, it will allow your cultivation to rise to a whole new level in a short amount of time. Yu Yeming nodded and said, as long as Brother Yi guarantees to defeat Huang Wutian, I will give this item to you. All right, I can guarantee that Huang Wutian will definitely lose. Yi Qinfeng nodded and promised, but I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you this psychic blood mushroom horse. With that, Yi Qinfeng took out the incomparably precious psychic blood mushroom horse from the universe realm and exchanged it for the royal dragon divine blood that was extremely important to him. Brother Yi, Huang Wutian, cultivates the Xian Tian divine canon, one of the 2 supreme divine abilities of the Imperial Sky Clan. It is extremely powerful. When you fight him, you must be careful of this move. Ling Yusin, who had lost to Huang Wutian, solemnly warned. Although the power of the Xian Tian divine scripture is great, I also have a trump card to counter this move. Once I refine this divine blood wood of the royal dragon, he will definitely lose. Yi Qinfeng said with a confident smile. After exchanging greetings for a while, Yi Qinfeng returned to the courtyard that Ling Yusin had arranged for him. With a thought, he returned to the 4th layer of the universe realm and prepared to refine the royal dragon divine blood wood in the 20-fold flow of time to cultivate the 9 transformations divine change. While Yi Qinfeng was cultivating in the universe realm, the Divine Sky Clan, Imperial Sky Clan, and other clans began to inquire about Yi Qinfeng through various channels. They wanted to know where he came from and which great figure he had inherited. However, in the entire heaven region, there weren't many people who knew about Yi Qinfeng. The Fire Qilin, Ming Shifeng, and the others were all in the small lakeside building of the Heaven Defying Palace's branch. This made it so that the other clans were unable to inquire about the most important information. Qinyin, your battle with Yu Yeming is extremely important. You can only win, not lose. If you lose to him, then the number 1 position of this 100 battles martial competition will change hands. A man in a black robe with white hair and a beard around his mouth solemnly warned. This person was an elder of the Divine Sky Clan and the main person in charge of this 100 battles martial competition. His strength had reached the realm of a 4-star heavenly deity. I know. I will not lose to Yu Yeming, Tian Qinyin slowly said as he drank a mouthful of spirit tea. His calm tone made it impossible for others to guess his true thoughts. That's right, 7th Elder. Have you inquired about Yi Qinfeng's identity? Tian Qinyin put down the teacup in his hand and asked. No, this Yi Qinfeng is extremely mysterious. We haven't been able to find out his true identity yet. The The seventh elder shook his head and said, "But it doesn't matter. With his strength, he simply isn't Huang Wuqian's opponent. Elimination is inevitable." Seventh elder, "You don't think that Yi Qinfeng will win?" Tian Qingyun asked meaningfully. "Qingyun, could it be that you think that Yi Qinfeng has a higher chance of winning?" The seventh elder said in surprise, "I can't guess the outcome of the battle between Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wuqian. However, Yi Qinfeng was able to defeat Mo Chen while hiding his trump card. This is enough to show that he isn't simple. It won't be easy for Huang Wuqian to defeat him." Tian Qingyun said, "All right, I will mobilize my forces to investigate him. I want to see just who he is." The seventh elder took a deep breath and said, Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng operated the God Transformation 9 transformations to refine the royal dragon divine blood would in the 20-fold flow of time. Under the refinement of the God Transformation 9 transformations, the royal dragon divine blood would turn into pure energy and was refined by Yi Qinfeng into his fourth aperture, the Xinjue aperture at his navel. It was used to temper his body and break through to the fourth heavenly layer of battle physique. Huang Wuqian had the body of a fiend god. His physical body was even more terrifying than an ancestor beast. If Yi Qinfeng wanted to defeat him, he would have to further temper his physical body. This royal dragon divine blood wood is indeed powerful. After refining 1/5 of it, it actually caused the profound pearl in the Xinjue aperture to undergo a qualitative change. Yi Qinfeng patiently refined 1/5 of the royal dragon divine blood wood. After fusing with a large amount of royal dragon blood, the profound pearl underwent a qualitative change and slowly turned into a battle pearl. Yi Qinfeng's strength also increased accordingly. When 20 days had passed in the outside world, Yi Qinfeng, who had refined 1/4 of the royal dragon divine blood wood, successfully cultivated the fourth heavenly layer of battle physique. His physical strength directly soared to 16 billion jin, and his physical defense also reached the level of a supreme grade true spirit artifact. After the transformation of his physical body, Yi Qinfeng was still immersed in the process of refining the royal dragon divine bloodwood. He tried his best to crush the remaining royal dragon divine bloodwood and fuse it into the last aperture, the Xinting aperture. When 3/4 of the royal dragon divine blood would turned into pure royal dragon blood and fused into the Xinting aperture, 30 days had passed in the outside world. It was the day of the semifinals. Phew, give me another month, and I should be able to refine all of the royal dragon divine blood wood into the Xinting aperture and cultivate the great circle of battle physique. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and woke up from his cultivation. Although time was limited and he was unable to cultivate the great circle of battle physique, his strength was still several times stronger than a month ago. Huang Wuqian, are you ready? Yi Qinfeng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He left the universe realm and brought Xiao Wendi and the others to the 100 Battles holy battlefield to prepare for the semifinals. Chapter 1694. The semifinals begin. When Yi Qinfeng's group of 4 arrived, the sky-like stands were filled to the brim. The white-haired old man appeared in the air and announced loudly, 8th, middle, literature net, 1, 8, 1, Z. Come, go for it. Ling Yusin looked at Yu Yeming, who was slowly standing up with high battle intent, and softly encouraged him. Don't worry, I have the strength to defeat him. Yu Yeming smiled at Ling Yusin as he stepped on the profound sword diagram and slowly walked towards the martial arena. Yu Yeming versus Tian Qingyun. Just the thought of it makes me excited. I wonder who will have the last laugh. I feel that Tian Qingyun has a higher chance of winning. After all, Tian Qingyun is the most popular champion of this 100 Battles martial competition. That's right. The Sky Race has practically taken all the champions of the 100 Battles martial competition. Tian Qingyun definitely has some trump cards that we can't imagine. It will be too difficult for you, Yeming, to defeat him. Looking at the two people standing proudly on the martial arena, the audience in the stands constantly predicted the outcome of the match. However, more people were optimistic about Tian Qingyun and felt that he would have the last laugh. Big Brother Qingfeng, who do you think will win? Ling Yu took a big bite of a spirit fruit in an extremely unladylike manner and asked while chewing, if it's based on normal strength, they should have a 50% chance of winning. However, I feel that Tian Qingyun has an extremely terrifying trump card. If he uses that trump card, Yeming might not be able to withstand it. Yi Qinfeng's eyes were like torches as he glanced at Yu Yeming and Tian Qingyun. He was slightly worried about Yu Yeming. Yu Yeming, I hope that you won't disappoint me when we fight later. Tian Qingyun looked calmly at Yu Yeming, who was brimming with energy and was surrounded by Dao intent chains. His calm voice revealed an extremely strong, domineering aura. Don't worry, I won't disappoint anyone. Yu Yeming revealed a faint smile as he replied calmly, Haha, I hope so. Tian Qingyun looked up to the sky and roared. Several powerful Dao intents gushed out of his body and gathered above his head to form an ocean that surged above the martial arena. Tian Qingyun is formidable as expected. The 4 Dao insights he comprehended are actually infinitely close to Saint-grade Dao insights. Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression when he saw the ocean of Dao intent above Tian Qingyun's head. He had a feeling that Tian Qingyun had already touched the edge of Saint Dao intent. Get ready, let the match begin. The white-haired old man looked at the two of them, who were at loggerheads with each other, and announced the start of the first round of the semifinals. When the battle began, Yu Yeming and Tian Qingyun did not move. They both mobilized their powerful Dao wills and attacked each other, competing with their comprehension of Dao wills. Rumble! The sea of will above Tian Qingyun's head churned violently, turning into a terrifying river of will. It roared in the air, wanting to swallow Yu Yeming. In the face of the surging river of will, Yu Yeming quickly deduced the will of the way, forming a terrifying vortex of will. It twisted the space and blocked the river of will that surged towards him. The two powerful Dao intents clashed together, forming a terrifying Dao intent storm in the air. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses fiercely repelling each other in the air. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that with your age and strength, your comprehension of Dao intent would not be weaker than mine. Tian Qingyun continued to evolve his powerful Dao intent. He fought fiercely with Yu Yeming for half an incense stick's time, but he couldn't suppress him. He gradually lost his patience. Buzz! The entire space trembled. Tian Qingyun moved his mind and summoned the mid-grade Transcendent Saint artifact, 8 Ferocious Battle Spear. The terrifying battle spear was like a swimming dragon, tearing apart the intense Dao intent storm and thrusting towards Yu Yeming. Slash! Boundless sword intent shot out from Yu Yeming's eyes. The mid-grade Transcendent Saint sword flashed out from his body, and it was fused with formidable Dao intent as it slashed towards the 8 Ferocious Battle Spear and forcefully resisted its attack. The 8 Ferocious Battle Spear was blasted back. Tian Qingyun took a stride forward and grabbed the 8 Ferocious Battle Spear, and then he swung it swiftly. Numerous spear lights that possessed shocking might interweave together as they attacked Yu Yeming ferociously with the intention of suppressing Yu Yeming's attack. Even though Yu Yeming was a realm lower than Tian Qingyun and only possessed the strength of a peak 6-star Dao Lord, his combat strength wasn't much inferior to Tian Qingyun. So, Yu Yeming didn't panic at all when facing Tian Qingyun's attacks that were interweaved with numerous world-shocking spear lights. He held the mid-grade Transcendent Saint sword in his hand to resist Tian Qingyun's attacks with all his might, and they fought fiercely on the arena. Because the two's attack speed was too fast, for a moment, illusory shadows appeared in the entire martial arena, constantly colliding with each other fiercely. The dazzling attacks made the audience in the stands cry out in satisfaction, and the cheers became louder and louder. Yu Yeming is too formidable. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantaged position in a head-on collision with Tian Qingyun. Xia, Wendy couldn't help but sigh with emotion as she watched Yu Yeming fight fiercely and show no signs of weakness. They're only probing each other now, and they haven't utilized their full strengths or trump cards. Yi Qinfeng stared at them as they fought fiercely, and his God-Eater brain was swiftly deducing their methods of attack. The two of them fought fiercely without showing any sign of weakness for more than an hour. Yi Ming's attacks were gradually suppressed by Tian Qingyun, and his body was also forced back by the sharp spear lights that were powerful enough to pierce through mountains. The energy of 3 lives. At the instant his attacks were suppressed by Tian Qingyun, a strand of mysterious energy surged out from Yu Yeming's body, and it disregarded Tian Qingyun's defenses and directly blasted into his soul sea, causing his soul to tremble while his defenses slowed down slightly. Ascension Breaker. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yu Yeming's entire body merged with the will of Tao that he had manifested. Rays of white, feather-like sword light shot out, carrying with them the power of extreme destruction as they blasted towards Tian Qingyun at close range. Boom! 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 Yu Yeming's Ascension Breaker continued to explode on Tian Qingyun's body, and the terrifying power continued to shatter Tian Qingyun's defenses, forcing him back step by step. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Heavens, Tian Qingyun is injured. This Yu Yeming is too powerful. He actually managed to injure Tian Qingyun so quickly. Witnessing the scene of Tian Qingyun being injured by Yu Yeming, the spectators all sucked in a sharp breath. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Amazing! I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. I've really underestimated you. Although he was injured by Yu Yeming, Tian Qingyun's fighting spirit did not weaken. His deep eyes shot out rays of cold light as he stared at Yu Yeming and spoke coldly. You're not bad either. You're only lightly injured after taking on my Ascension Breaker. After injuring Tian Qingyun, there was no joy on Yu Yeming's face. Instead, there was a solemn expression. Tian Qingyun was able to block most of the Ascension Breaker's attacks, even though his reaction was slow. It was enough to show how terrifying he was. All right, the warm-up is over. Let's start the real battle. As he spoke, Tian Qingyun unlocked a mysterious power in his body. Borrowing this power, his strength rose steadily. Soon he surpassed the 1-star celestial god level and reached the peak of the 2-star celestial god level. The Tao chains that wrapped around his body became even more terrifying. Yu Yeming, take my spear, Tian Qingyun roared. His entire body merged with the 8 ferocious battle spear in his hand. Like a black dragon emerging from the sea, he stabbed the spear towards Yu Yeming's chest. The terrifying spear power caused Yu Yeming's expression to change slightly. He used his mid-grade Transcendent Saint skill to defend himself. Chapter 1695. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of dazzling sword light kept splitting out of Yu Yeming's body and slashing at Tian Qingyun's black spear light at an astonishing speed. August 1st Chinese, what the hell? 811Z? However, the power of this spear light was simply too terrifying. Yu Yeming's continuous interweaving of sword lights could not shake the black spear light at all. Buzz! The black spear light collided with the mid-grade Skirich Saint sword in Yu Yeming's hand. A terrifying repulsive force instantly filled the entire space, causing cracks to appear in space. Facing Tian Qingyun's terrifying spear attack head-on, Yu Yeming's defense was immediately shattered. The terrifying spear intent instantly gushed into his arm, tearing apart the skin on his arm, causing a large amount of blood to seep out. His entire body was forced back by the terrifying spear light. After pushing Yu Yeming back, Tian Qingyun followed up with another attack, once again thrusting out a world-shaking spear light at Yu Yeming, wanting to force him off the battle stage. 3 lives, young stone! At the critical moment, Yu Yeming used his final trump card. He fused with a stone that contained a mysterious power in his heart meridian, using this stone to rapidly increase his strength. 1-star Tao Gods, 2-star Tao Gods. When Yu Yeming had completely fused with the stone, his power had reached the pinnacle of the 2-star Tao God level. He was on par with Tian Qingyun and was able to neutralize Tian Qingyun's ferocious attacks. 3 Lives Youngling Stone. I didn't expect that the Ascension Palace would give this treasure to you. Sensing the aura emitted from Yu Yeming's body, Tian Qingyun immediately guessed what kind of trump card Yu Yeming had used. His face involuntarily revealed a trace of seriousness. The biggest reason why the Ascension Palace had stood tall in the Void God world for so many years was because of the 3 Life Stone. It was rumored that the 3 Life Stone was born when the universe was born and contained the power of the 3 lives of the universe. If the strongest power of the 3 Life Stone was stimulated, it could surpass the ancestral artifact and be on par with the top-notch Void God artifact in the universe. The 3 Lives Young Stone was a new 3 Lives Stone formed after countless years of evolution. Although the 3 Lives Young Stone was not as miraculous as the 3 Lives Stone, the power it contained was equally terrifying. It was not something an ordinary Transcendent Saint artifact could compare to. After knowing Yu Yeming's trump card, Tian Qingyun knew that he could no longer hide his strength. Otherwise, Yu Yeming would use the 3 Lives Young Stone to cause him to fail miserably and lose this match. Heavenly Wheel. Tian Qingyun's Heavenly Wheel, a mid-grade Transcendent Saint artifact, shot out of his body like a bright moon hanging in the sky, bombarding Yu Yeming. Daluo Sword Disc. Looking at the incoming Heaven Wheel, 36 Empyrean swords emerged from Yu Yeming's body. These 36 swords were all low-grade Empyrean Saint artifacts. Coupled with the amplification of the sword disc, their power was close to that of a high-grade Empyrean Saint artifact. Boom! The moon-like Heavenly Wheel was forced back by the Daluo sword disc controlled by Yu Yeming. The terrifying sword might gushed forth like flowing water, slashing towards Tian Qingyun, whose expression had changed slightly, forcing him to dodge with all his might. Daluo sword disc seal off space. Chop! In the instant that Tian Qingyun dodged, Yu Yeming controlled the great Luo sword to attack. Rays of piercing sky saint swords sealed off the space that Tian Qingyun could dodge and attacked his body with full force. Amazing! I didn't expect Yu Ming to have such a trump card. Yi Qinfeng was shocked by Yu Yeming's strength and the ferocious attacks of the Daluo sword disc. However, although Yu Yeming had the absolute advantage, Yi Qinfeng knew that Tian Qingyun definitely had other trump cards that he had yet to use. Thus, the victor was still unknown. Golden Crow Feather. Tian Qingyun's attacks were being suppressed by Yu Yeming, and he was forced to retreat again and again. Finally, he summoned his other trump card, a dark golden feather that was over a meter long and pulsed with the light of the Tao. As this dark golden feather fused with the essence blood that Tian Qingyun had spat out, the feather began to transform, finally transforming into a dark golden great pung. Could this be the golden crow feather that the divine sky race obtained from their trade with the demonic beast race? It's very likely. This golden crow feather is a treasure that the golden crow rock king refined from one of his divine feathers. It possesses a portion of the rock king's divine abilities and is extremely terrifying. Seeing the great pung that the golden crow feather had transformed into, many experienced people recognized the origin of this feather. Screech. The great pung let out ear-piercing screeches as it faced the descending Daluo sword disc. It wanted to rely on its absolute attack to break through the Daluo sword disc's attack. Force of 3 lives, destroy. Yu Yeming fused the force of 3 lifetimes into the Daluo sword disc when he saw the rock rip through the attack. It amplified the Daluo sword disc's attack, turning into streaks of light that slashed towards the rock like a waterfall. They forcefully ripped open the rock's body. Fiend God Annihilation Spear. Tian Qingyan did not think that Yu Yeming would become so terrifying after using the 3 lives sapling. Even the golden crow feather could not stop his attack. He thrust the 8th vicious spear at Yu Yeming, wanting to use his absolute attack to break through the Daluo sword disc and pressure Yu Yeming. Tian Qingyan and the Great Peng's ferocious attacks were like roiling waves, capable of shattering everything in the world. However, Yu Yeming did not show any weakness. He borrowed the 3 lives sapling's power to amplify the Daluo sword disc's attack, using his full strength to meet Tian Qingyan's attack. Fiend God Heaven Form. Even after summoning the golden crow feather, he was still suppressed by Yu Yeming. Tian Qingyan transformed into his powerful fiend god body to amplify his strength as he continued to attack. It could be said that the battle between Yu Yeming and Tian Qingyan was the most exciting battle of the 100 Battles Martial Competition's finals. The strength that the two of them displayed shocked many of the older generation. In order to defeat each other, the two of them used all their skills and trump cards. However, their strength was equal and they were unable to injure each other. As time passed, Yu Yeming's advantage after fusing with the 3 lives sapling began to reveal itself, gradually suppressing Tian Qingyan in terms of offense. If Tian Qingyan doesn't have any other trump cards to turn the tide, then he might lose today's battle. Seeing Tian Qingyan's attacks being slowly suppressed by Yu Yeming, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but be shocked by Yu Yeming's trump cards and combat strength. Daluo Sword Disc, all swords as one. In order to suppress Tian Qingyan, Yu Yeming deduced all the Dao intent in his body to the extreme. He controlled the 36 lower-grade Heavenly Saint swords and fused them together, forming an invincible Daluo Divine Sword. Dao intent poured down like a waterfall. One sword could shock the sky. One sword could destroy gods. Under this sword, a vacuum appeared in the space in front of Tian Qingyan. Obviously, the space of the battle stage couldn't withstand the power of this sword and started to collapse. Fiend God Heaven Form, Sky-Breaking Strike. Feeling the terror of this sword, Tian Qingyan's entire body fused with the 8 vicious war spear, thrusting out a spear light that could pierce through the sky. At this moment, the golden crow Great Peng flapped its huge wings and charged forward with all its strength. Boom! 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 3 powerful attacks clashed together. The terrifying power caused chaos in the battle stage, instantly shattering the 6 layers of defense. In the clash, Yu Yeming and Tian Qingyan were both injured. Cracks appeared on the golden crow Great Peng's body as it was almost torn apart by the destructive power. Daluo Sword Disc Slash. Yu Yeming used the 3 lives Youngling Stone to withstand the destructive power. Ignoring his injuries, he controlled the Daluo Sword Disc to continue attacking. He wanted to defeat Tian Qingyan in one go and win this battle. Although Tian Qingyan's injuries were more serious than Yu Yeming's, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Looking at the incoming Daluo Sword Disc, Tian Qingyan had no choice but to use his final trump card. Yu Yeming, this battle can end now. As he spoke, Tian Qingyan summoned an ancient painting. When he opened this painting, a dragon-like ancestral mark flew out with a despairing ancestral aura. It broke through the incoming Daluo Sword Disc and attacked Yu Yeming, whose expression changed greatly. Facing Tian Qingyan's final trump card, Yu Yeming used the 3 lives Youngling Stone's power to attack. Ancestral marks were drawn with the essence blood of ancestral experts. They were extremely powerful. Yu Yeming's instantaneous attack couldn't block the ancestral mark's attack at all and was shattered like a hot knife through butter. Seeing the ancestral mark pierce through Yu Yeming's body, he used the 3 lives Youngling Stone in time and used its power to nullify most of the attack. However, the power of the ancestral aura that erupted from the ancestral runes still landed heavily on his body. It tore through his defenses and sent him flying off the stage. He smashed through 2 extremely tough defenses and fell heavily to the ground. He had regretfully lost this battle. Chapter 1696. Ancestral Mark. Tian Qingyan actually has such a trump card. Seeing Tian Qingyan summon an ancestral mark and defeat Yu Yeming, Yi Qinfeng frowned. He felt pity for Yu Yeming and was even more shocked by Tian Qingyan's background. Condensing an ancestral mark like this was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a large amount of blood essence from an ancestral realm expert, but it also required a long time to refine. More importantly, the failure rate of condensing an ancestral mark into a treasure was extremely high. Very few ancestral realm experts were willing to waste time refining an ancestral mark. Mo Ling, with your current strength, can you withstand the attack of an ancestral mark? Seeing that Tian Qingyan still had an ancestral mark in the ancient scroll, Yi Qinfeng immediately communicated with Mo Ling in the Demon Sealing Sword. I can't withstand it. Mo Ling replied, but what if I need you to withstand it, and you have to withstand it? If I can't block it, I might die, and your hopes of reincarnating will also be destroyed. Yi Qinfeng continued to transmit his voice. You brat, do you think you've got me? Mo Ling said angrily, Mo Ling, you have to understand that you and I are in the same boat. If something happens to me, you won't be able to escape either. Also, the next two battles are very important to me. Only by becoming the final champion and obtaining the ancestral pill and chaos stone can I increase my strength and go to the depths of the star sea to suppress that almighty demon race expert and let you reincarnate in his body. Yi Qinfeng told Mo Ling about the stakes and asked for his help. Say all right. If I don't care about the cost and activate the Demon Sealing Sword's power, I should be able to withstand an ancestral mark. After that, I might need to be weak for a long time to recover. Mo Ling placed his hopes of reincarnation on Yi Qinfeng and didn't want anything to happen to him. Helpless, Mo Ling compromised. Don't worry, I won't expose you unless I have no other choice. With Mo Ling's promise, Yi Qinfeng relaxed and quietly adjusted his breathing, waiting for the semi-finals between himself and Huang Wutian. Tian Qingyan, I have lost this battle. However, I did not lose to you, but to your divine Sky Clan. Sooner or later, I will wash away today's humiliation. Yu Yeming put away the 3 lives youngling stone and unwillingly glanced at Tian Qingyan. After leaving behind a few words, he turned around and flew back to the stands. Yiming, are you all right? Seeing Yu Yeming, whose clothes were dyed red with blood and who was heavily injured, Ling Yu's heart tightened as she asked in concern. Don't worry, the 3 lives youngling stone has helped me neutralize most of the ancestral patterns. My body is fine. Yu Yeming squeezed out a smile. After saying that, he swallowed a heaven-piercing saint pill and used its majestic medicinal power to heal the injuries caused by the ancestral mark. Next, let's begin the second semi-final round. After the white-haired old man repaired the cracks around the combat ring, he announced loudly, Brother Qingfeng, you can do it. You must defeat that lawless guy. Ling Yu clenched her fists and encouraged Yi Qinfeng softly. Don't worry, he will lose without a doubt. Although Huang Wutian had defeated Ling Yu and displayed astonishing combat strength, Yi Qinfeng, who had cultivated his combat body to the 4th sky, was completely confident that he could defeat Huang Wutian and advance to the finals. Brother Yi, you can do it. We will always support you. Zhan Shishir and the others also cheered for Yi Qinfeng. I'm going. Yi Qinfeng nodded at Xiao Wendy, Zhan Shishir and the others. He flew up into the air and jumped down from the skyscraping stands. With a series of ear-piercing sounds, he landed on the combat ring. Boom! Just as Yi Qinfeng landed on the combat ring, Huang Wutian also flew down. The moment he landed, an unparalleled aura burst out from his body and rushed toward Yi Qinfeng with an earth-shattering force. He wanted to force Yi Qinfeng back and embarrass him. However, under the impact of Huang Wutian's aura, Yi Qinfeng was as immovable as a rock. He was not affected at all. I didn't expect an ant like you to make it to the semi-finals. What a surprise! Huang Wuqian looked at Yi Qinfeng with cold disdain. He did not put him in his eyes at all. Meeting Huang Wuqian's cold gaze, Yi Qinfeng did not get angry and replied indifferently, I find that you have a lot of nonsense to say. What? You think you can compete with me just because you defeated Mo Chen? I will let you know the meaning of despair soon. Huang Wuqian's eyes were cold, and the battle intent in his body grew stronger and stronger. I'll be waiting. Yi Qinfeng summoned the demon's sealing sword and waited for the match to begin in silence. With the white-haired old man's command, the second semi-final match began. Brat, take my crushing, Huang Wuqian roared. Holding the sky piercer that weighed hundreds of millions of jin, he slashed at Yi Qinfeng with a force that could split heaven and earth. As the sky piercer slashed down, a terrifying force erupted from his body. In an instant, Huang Wuqian's body surged with more than 20 billion jin of strength. He swung the sky piercer down, and even a mountain would be split in half. 9 transformations. Facing Huang Wuqian's pure strength attack, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. Instead, he stimulated the power of his 5 acupoints and met the attack with the demon's sealing sword. Bang! The 2 treasures collided, and a deafening sound of collision erupted. Endless sparks flashed in the void, blinding everyone's eyes. Purely in terms of physical strength, Yi Qinfeng was far inferior to Huang Wuqian, who had refined a great success god. However, the demon's sealing sword's grade was far above the heavenly halberd. With the help of the demon's sealing sword's ancestral markings, Yi Qinfeng forcibly blocked Huang Wuqian's attack and forced him back to the heavenly halberd. What? That Yi Qinfeng actually relied on pure strength to resist Huang Wuqian's attack. Heavens! That Yi Qinfeng's physical body is actually so strong. Huang Wuqian was known as the number 1 in this 100 Battles Conference. Even Tian Qingyin's body was not as strong as his. However, in terms of physical strength, Yi Qinfeng did not show any weakness. This caused many people to cry out in surprise. After a head-on clash, Yi Qinfeng and Huang Wuqian moved at the same time. The 2 once again erupted with billions of jin of strength, waving their respective treasures to fight. Dong dong dong. When the 2 of them fought fiercely, it was as if a terrifying divine bell had appeared in the entire martial arena, and it resounded with a deafening sound of explosion. God-fiend tyrant body. Unable to suppress Yi Qinfeng, Huang Wuqian gradually lost his patience and stimulated the power of his bloodline, transforming into the strongest god-fiend tyrant body of the Imperial Sky Clan. He forcibly raised his strength to 15 billion jin, completely suppressing Yi Qinfeng. Let's see how many of my halberd attacks you can block. Huang Wuqian's strength rose rapidly like an erupting volcano. He continued to attack with his halberd. Ferocious halberd images tore through the void like falling mountains, suppressing Yi Qinfeng's attacks and forcing him to retreat step by step. Grand Mist Bloodline Ignite. With his attacks suppressed and his arms injured by the increasingly ferocious halberd images, Yi Qinfeng decisively ignited his Grand Mist Bloodline, instantly increasing his strength by 3 times, reaching nearly 60 billion jin of strength, completely suppressing Huang Wuqian. Boom! The demon's sealing sword and halberd clashed, instantly erupting with nearly 60 billion jin of strength, pouring into Huang Wuqian's body through the halberd. His arms were numb, and large amounts of blood seeped out from between his thumb and forefinger. What? Huang Wuqian, who had lost control of his body, opened his eyes wide. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng could actually suppress him in terms of strength. After forcing Huang Wuqian back with 1 strike, Yi Qinfeng followed up with another attack. He continuously unleashed his strongest strength, fiercely slashing at Huang Wuqian with the demon's sealing sword. At this time, Yi Qinfeng's attacks were like rolling waves, each stronger than the previous. The ferocious attacks completely suppressed Huang Wuqian, forcing him to retreat step by step. *CK. This Yi Qinfeng actually used his strength to suppress Huang Wutian. Isn't his strength a little too abnormal? Amazing. In just a month, Yi Qinfeng is even more powerful than when he was fighting Mo Yichen. It's really unimaginable. Seeing Yi Qinfeng continuously unleashing ferocious attacks to suppress Huang Wutian, the spectators gasped. They were shocked by Yi Qinfeng's astonishing strength. Desolate Stone, fuse! Seeing that Huang Wutian was forced to the edge of the arena by Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks, he decisively fused with the Desolate Stone, forcibly raising his cultivation level to 2-star Heavenly God and his strength to 60 billion gene of strength. I'll take your life. Huang Wutian was furious. He roared, suppressed his roiling blood, and erupted with 60 billion gene of strength. He swung the sky piercer halberd fiercely at Yi Qinfeng. The halberd shattered the layers of sword shadows and blocked Yi Qinfeng's ferocious attacks. You're angry just because of this? You're too petty. Although Huang Wutian's battle prowess had soared more than 10 times, Yi Qinfeng did not show a trace of panic on his face. He instantly fused with the Divine Blood Pearl and the Chaos Elemental Pearl, raising his strength to the pinnacle of 1-star Dao Gods. He continued to attack Huang Wutian with the Demon Sealing sword in his hand.